All right, chat. I'm sorry I can't really talk too well. No, I'm just fucking with you. Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing today? Hello, hello, hello. We have Dar here. Hello, Dar. Say hi. Dar was muted. Let me see if Dar's still muted.
Can you hear me, or do I get to be a silent shark today?
Oh, there you go.
Nah,
Why is Dar so small? This is actual sizing, chat. I don't know what you're talking about. Dar's always been this small.
I'm just a little guy.
Yeah, exactly. Dar's actually 6 inches and 5 half inches. So that you all just assumed 6'5" was feet. It was actually inches and half inches. That's a normal unit of measurement. But yes, chat, we're playing 7 Days to Die. I'm a little out of it, so I'm not gonna be the most entertaining right off the bat. That's why we have Dar. Dar, tell a joke.
Wait. Why is it the first thing that comes is like just dark humor? I don't fucking know. 7. There you go.
7?
7.
As in, why was 6 afraid of? Or just 7?
7. Just 7.
Oh, got it. Okay. Not 6, 7, chat. We're not Gen Alpha. All right. We're playing 7 Days. I'm already playing it. Don't you love that transition? Am I still drunk? No. I sober up very quickly. Wow. Carmia calling one of my favorite numbers a joke. That's harsh. I'm just kidding. I don't have favorite numbers. Dar's eating my son. Don't eat my son, Dar.
What?
Don't eat my son.
What am I? How? What?
You're eating my son.
How?
Oh no, you're eating my son.
Well, I mean, I am a shark.
I should have known this was happening. Why did I
Something
invite a
looks
shark onto the
tasty,
show? But yes, there should be the thing. There it is, chat. Y'all can vote on oh, let me stop blocking it. Might be. Wait, where am I? God, I'm lost. Where am I? Wait, where'd the vote go? Oh, right. There you go. Don't point and laugh at me. Wait, what's this vote for? Oh.
But is it anything important?
Tiny zombies.
Oh, that doesn't do bad.
Yeah. Ooh, stuff. There it is. Mr. Harvest says, good morning, Gene. Good morning, favorite Sharky. Favorite Sharky? You know other Sharkies?
Hi, Misty. How you doing?
I can't believe you know other sharks. That's crazy. Hello, Misty.
My poor knee.
Chat, my brain is dead. Somebody help.
Just because I know they're in chat, Vanya, you want me to make you sad real quick?
No, why are we making Vanya sad? just wake up. Hey, Vanya, do you want to be sad today? No, too bad.
I know. Well, just because I know they're not gonna like the reaction. I've got League on the side because Worlds is going on. PSG is about to be knocked out, Vanya.
PSG? What's PSG?
PSG Talon. It's one of the teams.
Chat, how did you like stream last night? I wish they had a different name for the points. It was fun? Nice. Did you all like my awful singing? Nap time fell asleep? How dare you?
Sorry, Vanya, but I had to tell you.
It wasn't that bad? Ouch. Ouch. You know, it's okay. You could have done a lot better. You sucked, but you know.
Ooh, meds.
Chat's gonna get me killed because they keep dropping new stuff and I have to keep stopping to pick it up.
I felt that.
And they said it wasn't that bad. Why are you turning me around?
Get turned.
Get rotated, dummy.
Get rotated, nerd.
That's what I do to cats all the time. If ever I have a cat, I'm just like, get rotated. You thought you're going that way? No. You're backwards now, cat. Or the best one is you pick up the cat and you rotate it a full 360.
Where the fuck's home?
Like
this way.
I can't believe you were there.
I got too much inventory.
Me too. Chat, get ready for this stream to just be Gene reorganizing the inventories.
You want to mix them all up for you?
Oh, no. Just put it all in the one box on the outside.
I mean, I could just throw them all in random spots.
No! No. What are you at with this? I ended up going for like 6-7 hours. I think 6 hours. 6.5. Chat wouldn't let me go. Chat wouldn't let me go further. Oh,
hey, be careful on that path, by the way. There's landmines. I found me some landmines.
Yeah, 6 hours. Yeah, I mean, like, okay, y'all, I tell you, like, I used to drink a lot because, like, it gave me energy on stream and stuff. I wasn't joking. If I drink, I could probably go for a 12-hour stream easy. At least an 8-hour stream.
Speaking of drinking, I found my alcohol.
Oh, did you lose it?
I don't know. I thought I was out, but then I found I had a bottle still. I was like, sheesh.
So that was the lump in the bed.
That's what that was.
And I just thought my mattress got uncomfy. Meanwhile, I've been like Princess and the Peeing it. Chat, I'm Princess and the Peeing it. Don't be mad at, please don't. Why? We redid Grover High, didn't we? No, we didn't. Did we do this building?
Did we?
I think I found a 5-star.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Mark it on the map. We can go back to it after we drop shit off.
Yeah. Princess and the Bottle of Alcohol, my favorite book. I want to write that. Vanya, come on. You have to tell me now.
What did you do, Vanya?
Fat loots and bitches. Fine, you can DM me. Yeah.
Give me a DM right now.
Hey, yo, slide up in my DM, girl. How to check your points again? Hashtag CP. Don't put that anywhere else, chat. because that's not a good acronym. I wish they had thought about this.
You know, I didn't register this until you said that. Yeah, that's not too smart of them.
Honestly, I don't know why they chose that. Cause I think they're pimp points. So like they could have done hashtag PP, and it would have been like goofy, but like it would have made more sense, right?
Huh.
I cannot say amethyst. And I don't want you to Google it either. It's just an acronym for something bad.
Yeah. Don't. If you don't know, don't worry about it.
Move on.
Just know it's yeah. Man, don't press left click while on the fucking bike. Makes my camera fucky. I don't like it.
Makes your camera. Oh, wait, what's it do? Oh, it just lets you free rotate.
Yeah, but I don't know how to turn it back, and now it's being buggy for me, and I don't like it.
Click it again, maybe? Help! Help! Help me, dog! Help, I'm stuck on the hill!
You got a stucky there.
All right, give me a second. Oh, that's fine, Vanya. I've done the exact same thing. You're good. You're good. I mean, you made me worry. I thought it was something bad. Dar's gonna kill you? That's fair. No! Don't reverse me!
Yeah, reverse nerd.
Why? Why every time? I just want to move forward. It's so goofy.
I don't even know where I'm going. Where the fuck's our base at? I think it's this thing up here, right?
It's the square. It's the wall.
Yeah.
I realize that we don't have beds.
Oh yeah, we never did put beds down. That's usually how you determine where the fuck I'm going.
Yeah. All right, chat, just because everybody's going to go Google it and I don't want this in your search history. Illicit pictures of minors.
Oh, are people still talking about
Yes, now we can stop talking about it.
Oh, I fucked up.
There we go.
Oh, I fucked up. Oh.
I'm sorry I brought it up. Yes. Thank you. That's why I'm like, it was a horrible acronym for them to choose.
Whee! I'm like half distracted. I'm gonna be real and be half distracted for probably like the next most 10 minutes.
Why are they doing some plays?
LCS, listen, the last game's on. Even though PSG is more than likely gonna lose this, there's still always that sliver of a chance.
This is like sports.
Bro, listen, I might not play League anymore, but I enjoy esports.
I never understood people watching sports games.
Mm-hmm.
1 second.
I made it home.
I'll tell you later, Ocean. Don't worry about it.
Oh, there's spikes there. My poor heart.
Mm-hmm. What was I gonna say? My brain just is gone. Oh, I used to not understand people watching sports, but then I watched like the Overwatch League back when I was really into Overwatch, and that was sick.
Yeah, watching esports can be a lot of fun. If you know about the game too, it makes it a little bit more fun.
Mm-hmm. I always rooted for Boston, just because one of the U.S. teams. Good morning, good morning, good morning.
Nah, that's game.
And I used to get so into Overwatch. I'm so glad I'm not into Overwatch anymore.
Bro, fuck Overwatch. I'm sorry, Vanya. Say goodbye to PSG to this Worlds.
Oh, why?
Oh, I will fight whoever did that.
It's not that bad on the bike.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah, just ride the bike around. Driving in my car right after a rubbish shaped like a deer.
All right, I
just gotta-
close leak now.
You just gotta look at the one spot that barely moves.
I just got my inventory open. I'm just focusing on that. Yeah, they made it look tempting, Vanya, but no, they it was a 10 gate goalie. There wasn't shit they could do in the end. Oh. Oh.
Oh, it's squeaky noises. I'm getting squeaked on.
Get squeaked on.
I love that.
Shit, I could do the funny right now.
Don't do it.
I could do the funny chat.
What's going on here? Are you inside the box? I got this. Chat, it's the best thing ever.
I got a perfect aim right now, chat.
No!
Boom. Hey, you awoken some angry zombies on this truck by doing that.
Angry zombies in here. Oh, I missed the noise. Oh, new knife! Yay! Ow. Hey, Dar, do you want to come in here and open some stuff?
I'm not the one that blew you guys up. Why are you coming after me? Wait, is there shit? Is there actually shit in here?
Yep.
Oh, fuck yeah, there is. Oh,
So
that's useless.
See if you find anything. Ooh, mining. I love mining.
Assassin boots.
Me when I'm a miner. So I like mining. Not what I meant to say.
Mining away.
I don't know what's left to say.
Well, if that's the case, what's in this one?
Oh, I don't know. Here, let me find out. Which?
You're a loud motherfucker.
You know what I've never beaten and never really played? Left 4 Dead.
Really? You've never played Left 4 Dead? That's crazy.
Oh, Dar, you have that. I'm gonna take care of the guy above you. 1 second. I know, Vanya. I was just thinking about that because I saw you and I'm like, oh yeah, Vanya mentioned 7 days not 7 days, Left 4 Dead the other day. So you and I, Vanya, and me and Dar could probably do. How much health is left on that?
700.
How much now?
600.
Okay, you got it.
500. Me have big hammer.
Yeah, you know, I think that'd be valid. I have a sledgehammer. Wait, are you doing the nerd kit?
No, I'm doing the. I don't want to talk about what just happened. I'm doing the. What? Fuck it. The
Come on, baby, you got this.
Set.
All right, I got a book for you.
All right, here you go. You can have that. I don't want it.
Why are you giving me the pipe rifle?
By the way, you'll see why I said I don't want to talk about it.
Did you open the military shelf?
I did not. A shotgun crafting and a bone knife.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah. What'd you do?
There's just a hole right here. I didn't have to.
Oh, is it open on the other side?
Yes. I didn't
That's
have
good.
to do that. All right, Leek, shut the fuck up. I don't care about you anymore. Games aren't on.
You thought about how you do it, how you breathe manually? Hey, chat. Do you know that your toes are present in your socks right now? Can you feel the way your toes are rubbing against the inside of your socks or shoes?
Bold of you to think I'm wearing socks.
Same. Bold of you to assume I have feet.
I mean, shit, that's true too.
Chat, do you know how your tongue sits in your mouth right now? Doesn't your tongue just feel like a little bit too big for your mouth?
Bold of you to think I have a tongue.
Bold of you to assume I exist. Oh, where'd you come from?
Oh, by the way, there's like 6 Forge books in this for you.
Yay. Hey, chat. Manual blinking activated.
Bold of you to think I blink.
Oh, look at you.
Bold of you to assume.
Bold of you to assume I got eyelids.
Oh, hey, it's the improves accuracy of bow thingy. That doesn't work on a crossbow. I have a crossbow. Never mind. There's holes all over my skin? I sure hope so. Your bones are wet? I sure hope so. But chat, I got the soppiest bones. My bones be so soppy.
Now, my bones are pretty dry, honestly.
Dark keeps them out of his body.
Yeah.
Bro, my bones are sloppy.
You got some sloppy bones?
Yeah. My bones just be slopping all the time, man.
Hey, I'm trying to use that. What the fuck? Thank
Oh,
you.
what the fuck? There's also a second box if you want to put in the empty gun storage box.
Oh, there it is. One sec.
No, put stuff in it! Why would you hit it?
I also didn't expect I'd almost one-shot it. Don't worry about its HP.
Alright, let's do. Bro, my bones be slopping.
I'm not on repair kits.
What did I say? What F word did I say? What F words did I say? I didn't call anybody that today.
Not today.
Oh, that one. That was kind of cool.
Hey, chat, can I have... I think it's the utility supply. I need repair kits.
Oh, honey bunch.
Hey.
I think we have some. Let me see.
Hey, Gene. Did
I've
you
been
know if you
banned
look
from
at
the
any
storage
texture
room,
on any
so I wasn't able to
object,
go check.
your tongue will know what that texture
Ooh,
feels like?
tools. Ooh, I got a new
Really?
shot. All right, Hey, that gave me repair kits, though. Perfect.
Hey, chat, do you know if you dunk your balls in sugar, you can taste it? Go
Can
do it.
confirm.
Tar be living an interesting life, chat.
Ooh. Yay,
It does.
thank
It
you.
100% does. Yeah. Actually, no. Don't do that. You're gonna get a yeast infection. Let's not dunk that in sugar, chat.
I need food. Yoink.
Stack donuts on it. Yeah,
Yoink.
bro. I just want you to taste the donuts. We need a
Come on,
door.
Nah. Alright.
What the heck?
Now
was
I know
that?
you said you want to organize stuff, right?
I do not want to organize stuff. I just know I'm going to have to. Why?
Well, hear me out. There's that 5-star you found. I know we're low on ammo and everything, but
Okay, let me unload my inventory. You right. You use shotgun, right? How's your shotgun?
it's alright. If you got any more of those AP slugs, that'd be nice. But
All right, I'm putting
besides
the
that,
AP
I'm
slugs in this box here.
yippee!
I'm dropping 6 things in there as well. Feel free to grab it from the search the gun box, and let's see if I can dump some stuff somewhere else as well. I don't need that. I don't imagine I'm gonna need the pickaxe.
Got plenty of lockpicks though. Ain't no way we're not getting through this lockbox. Actually, that's a good point. I should probably check my level.
No. I guess I really don't need 3 weapons. Ah, it's fine.
Hey, I upgraded my hammer. Can I test it on you?
No, that's going to kill me. I will. No, thank you.
Man.
Man, Gene won't let me kill him.
Well, let me hit my hammer. It was bullshit.
Wait, can I? Heck yeah! Crossbow's now my hunting rifle.
Hey!
Gene be nice. What do you mean, Gene be nice? Let Daro play hammers? Dar, Mom said I have to let you play hammers.
Yippee! Okay, I did not actually think it would one-shot you.
You did this, Vanya. You did this.
I did not actually think it would one-shot.
125 health.
Oh, hey, look, a machete.
No, leave my stuff. Chat, you don't even know I'm a certified white boy. What are you eating? I heard the crunch. Pizza. All right, let's go, Dar.
One sec.
No. You get 2.
Oh wait, no, I don't think we had all this stuff. I was about to say I have the level to craft us the motorcycles, but I don't think we had the stuff to craft everything yet.
You know what's funny? We can craft a chemistry station, but we're not going to do that right now. Where's my bike? Oh, I left it out there.
Wait,
When we get back,
did you
I'll
not-
craft a chemistry station.
Let's go kill another 5-star, because that's fun.
What should I make, Bizza? Fine, I'll wrap It's Getting Sticky, but I can't do the, Wait, we know he... Sorry, I was just thinking I'm a certified... I was just thinking I'm a certified white boy, because I go to the Mexican place, and they're like... I forgot what I named this place. Like, oh, that's an interesting order that you made because we don't expect a white boy to make this order. Are you good with everything that's on it? And I'm like, yeah. And they're like excited to make it because people like sharing culture.
I'm stuck in a ditch.
Don't be.
All right, where are we going? You know where it's at. Lead the way.
Yeah, I'm trying to find it. It's chat, I have to say this because I named it this. It's ow. We're going to Fat Loot and Bitches.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Okay, am I in the right
I don't
direction?
know where it's at, though, so I got it. Well, now we're reversed.
Stop it! I can't see my dot. Dar, stop being so on top of me. Okay, there we go.
God, I'm sorry. I won't get on top.
Yeah, come on, man. It's my turn.
Whee.
I do love that your gear looks more tactical and mine is a farmer's outfit.
Bro, I
My
got
dot
a
is not
hammer. I'm
tiny.
happy.
It's its average size. Hi. Minuscule.
No, minuscule. That's just rude.
Wait, Dar, come over here.
What's up? I'm coming.
Oh, did you already loot this? No, you didn't. Hey, Dar.
Yeah.
This is
I
important
don't
to
know
me.
where you went.
My date isn't. It's demure. My dot is demure.
What's up?
All right, I want you to go into that small little building and loot it.
All right, come with me.
I will. There you go. I need to find meds now. Did I? Okay, I have meds. All right. You take that door, I'll take this door. This door's locked.
This door's locked. Nah, I'm good.
You sure?
One sec. Now, if you do that, he's gonna be free. Right now, he's not free. Oh no.
He's trying so hard, man.
I've hit him so many times in the face.
Yep.
There it is.
Yeah, so I was doing my, like, you know, my whole, like, can't die run, my hardcore run.
Uh-huh.
And the first building I went into was this.
Is there another one over here? Oh
No, I think it's just the one.
You know, it's just a little guy, you know?
Yeah, that was terrifying. Friendly host.
Yeah, just know at some point they'll be able to spawn those on us.
Yeah. Dainty's what they called your penis. True. All right, let's go. Let's do it. I'm ready.
Yippee.
Oh, y'all, I am so out of it.
Beep, beep.
I'm a sheep. Beep, beep, I'm a sheep. I said beep, beep. Oh, I gotta remember which drink I can drink. Those two are alcoholic. That one's not. There we go.
So you're getting the alcoholic one.
No.
Yo, there's a diner. Hold up, I'm stealing from here real quick.
Didn't we already loot this place?
Probably, but we didn't check the gas pump, and we're gonna need a lot of gas. Fucking bucket heads, I swear to God.
I hate them. Oh, we're coming up. Not yet. Where's your edge? Where's my edge?
Where's your edge?
Dar, I lost my edge. Oh, right. Give me a second, chat. Dar, you're gonna have to wait while I give Pink the badge back.
I'm going on ahead. If I lose you, I lose you.
Oh.
I found a 4-star building.
See, the problem is I don't remember what it's under. Is it under roles? Yeah, there it is. A, B, control Pink. Oh, no, Pink, you still have the artist one. You must have accidentally turned it off on your end. You still have it. I think that you can choose what badges you display. You need to check on the bottom of the screen.
Where are we going?
Southwest.
You got a zombie chasing you.
That's fine.
God, look it on its head.
Wow. Pink's been accusing me this entire time. Why was there a snake with a bucket on its head? I'm eating pizza. I'm sorry, chat. I should be muting when I'm eating. I apologize.
Ooh, loot. You just drove by the free loot? Don't worry, Chet. I grabbed the loot. I cared for it. I'm gonna be honest, yeah, I think they can just tell by your model, because I've not really heard you eat at all.
You loot so quickly.
By the way, here, take these. I don't want these. I'm dropping this shit off. Do you want a level 3 nomad glove?
I'll take it.
Alright. I dropped it.
Chad, I'm such a knife guy. Chad, I'm such a knife guy. Chad, I'm such a knife guy.
Third time though.
Hey, Chad, did you know I'm such a knife guy? Yeah.
Bro, imagine eating though. That's kind of weird.
Hey, Chad. If you heard it, why didn't you laugh? Laugh at my joke, Chad.
Oh, hey, it's another shop. Mother. Trader Wreck, is that the normal guy? Yeah, it is. Ah! I got bit by a snake. That's fucked up.
I thought it was so funny seeing the snake crawl up on me. That that just has a bucket.
And over that snake.
All right, it's gonna be to the right here somewhere.
Yeah, imagine eating breakfast. That's kind of weird.
When's the last time
champ.
you ate?
Imagine eating. That's kind of weird, champ.
Feel the food coma coming? I feel. All right, where is it? It is worst. Why do you keep cutting me off?
I'm just driving my bike.
Help. No.
I wish I was stuffed with Chinese.
Vanya, go by the strap. Yeah, fine shit. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. I can do it. There it
You
is.
got this. I believe in you.
All right. I think it's at the end of this road.
I said what I said, Nap. I ain't taking it back.
Oh, look at you.
It's another high school.
Oh, fuck yeah. Let's rob these students.
Let's rob these kids. Meow. That's not the front door.
That is the loot, though. One sec.
No, it's fun to kill everything inside. Come on, let's go the normal way.
I agree, luckily. So yeah, let's find the normal way. I just saw the loot. I'm like, well, I mean, I could.
Aha, I found it. It's a ladder.
Hey, you're about to have an attack on you, by the way.
Is it you?
No, we got like, I don't know how many seconds left of that vote.
Oh. Oh, I'm so glad they didn't choose vultures.
I'm surprised they didn't choose vultures, honestly. Oh, you're not dead. I thought you were dead. Bonk. 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 You shot me!
What?
Ow!
Did it hurt?
My ass! You're so tiny.
Thank you for the lurks. Hey, no fighting. Oh, wow. Dar's allowed to hit me, but I can't hit Dar? What is this? Biased.
Hi, zombie.
Ah, fine. Let me do this then. Let me see the Twitch activity. What have I missed so far? Okay, very good.
You dare approach me, zombie.
Da is Skib. Are you telling me that I am not Skip?
That sounds like you're not Skip.
Chat, I am so Skib.
Yeah, but you got Big Hammer? Big Hammer pretty Skip.
Glow man. Glow man. That was funny.
Big Hammer.
See how he fell over like that? That was so goofy. You're not Skip minus 1,000 aura. What do you mean minus 1,000 aura?
Damn, that's a lot of minus aura you got.
Why are you so mean to me?
Why? What? Why is this where everything's triggering? Oh my god. Gene? We might be fucked.
Why?
Just take a peek to the left out there.
Help! I can't. Whoa, shut. Don't let me die, don't let me die. I'm okay.
Did someone... No, we don't have that. Why am I taking damage when I miss? This is bullshit. Oh, fucking distort. Ooh, ammo.
What's up behind you? This one has been kind of fun.
Yeah, we just instantly got met with a lot of fuckers. I didn't expect that.
Thank you for the explosives. This is not good for my tummy.
No, I hate this. I hate it. There we go.
All right. Okay, that was kind of cool actually. We had fun. It's a lot easier to handle them when they're like small. You know, it's just like I don't feel like there's as many because they're small.
I think you blew this door open, but hey.
No, I didn't use dynamite. It would not have opened. Chad, you know it's like there's you're less of a.
Hi, Civ. How's my favorite goat?
Civ, why would you do this to me? You come in here and you immediately send me a goat, a dog to kill? So mean. But I see what Civ thinks of dogs. I love cutting people's heads off. It's the best.
Agreed.
You don't need legs.
Down.
No legs for you. You don't need no legs either. Lose your leg. No head. No arm?
So no head.
So no head. Give me your arm. He wouldn't let me have his arm.
Oh, that's not nice.
I want to keep it for myself. Why won't you let me have your arm? Also, Daroard, there's an opening here, so I don't know how V was supposed to get here unless this is the way up. Oh, there's a dog. I found out where we're supposed to go.
Alright, I'm just looting all the small stuff while we go through right now. See if there's anything big pop out. Ooh, puppy.
Don't try to puke on me. What the heck? Don't be cold. Why are you cold? Oh, this is your box here, Dar.
I'll get in a second. I'm having fun breaking people's heads open.
I'm having fun cutting arms off. This is so good. Oh, 1 second, chat.
Ammo?
I gotta
Oh,
move you a
bang.
little bit. Oh, chat, I am so tired. I'm like exhausted.
Have you tried not being exhausted?
I've tried not being exhausted. Yes, there is. But unfortunately, there is not much choice in this matter.
He sounds like skill issue.
Skill issue, yes, maybe. Have you tried beer? You know, good idea. Maybe I should be just drinking beer. Why is Gene doing Daro voice? I don't know. Ow! I thought that was you. Are you telling me you have not been a fat lady this entire time, Dar?
I plead the fifth.
Give me your knees. You have the diabetes. I must take off the leg.
Here, help out. Ah! I think I hit you. No, okay, I did not. You would have taken a lot more damage if I hit you.
Dor is chunk. Dor is chunk.
I'm very chunk.
Okay, I can stop the voice. Yay.
Hey, you said you needed a tire, right?
Always.
You want a tire? Where are you at? Here, come here. Look, I got a tire for you.
Sorry, I'm too tired.
I'm down the stairs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got a tire for you.
It's not.
It's a tire.
It's plastic. How dare you?
All right, so this is the final room, by the way. This is a small ass one, but let's have fun because I assume it. Oh god! Oh god!
Don't run away!
I'm running in. I'm going in. I don't run. I ain't no runner. By the way, I'm trying to see how far I can go without using a gun. I want to just use hammer.
Well, good luck. I know my limitations.
I mean, I'm killing them.
Big Head is so goofy.
Oh, Big Head's making this easy for me. Are you dead? You're dead.
Nope.
Come on up. If the price is right, motherfuckers. Oh yeah, I got a leech now. Let's fucking go.
There we go. Head gone. They're so goofy. They're so goofy.
I'm just smash. It's smashing time. Is that all of them?
Oh no, there's some.
Oh, hi. So my heavy attack, which does a shit ton of damage, is also a big AoE.
I forgot about heavy attacks.
That's why I'm like just going in. I'm hitting like 3 shots. I'm killing 3 at a time with my fucking heavy attack. It was so fucking fun.
This was not the final room, I think.
I thought I saw a lot of loot back here. Oh shit, it might not have been. This doesn't look like the main loot. It's just some loot. Oh fuck yeah, that means we get to go more. Bots. By the way, my goal is to clear this without using a gun. I'm trying not to pull out my gun at all.
Oh.
There's... Do you need ammo of any type?
God damn it, all right. Yeah, I can always use some ammo. Let me get that
What
Fourth Amendment right.
What kind do you wish for me to give you?
Honestly, I'm just gonna use my knife the rest of the time. Let's go.
All right, melee only run. Let's do this.
I will take whatever just dropped, though.
All right, chat. If any of us pulls out a gun,
Kill us.
you can yell at us.
Shoot me in the face right now.
You see any of us pull out the gun,
All right, all
it
right.
is our death.
Yes. Shit, ain't no more gun. Ooh, loot.
Oh, button.
Vanya pulling out that Glock, that blicky. God damn, Vanya, put that blicky away.
I found the end room. There's the loot we were looking for.
All right. I think
There's
about
just
to get
this
worse.
guy. It was only one zombie.
Oh, there's a bunch of book rooms back here. Do you want to open some books?
Well, about that, I got a little bit of fuckers that's touching me right now.
That's all right.
Oh, I might actually be dead. I got cornered. This might be it for me, chat.
No, you can do it. I believe in
couldn't
you.
run. No, I couldn't run.
This ain't a gun.
Oh, chat. Gene's cheated.
It ain't a gun.
No, I got hit by one and instantly had my leg broken, so my stamina wouldn't recharge.
Oh, got you.
So that's what kind of fucked me there. Hey, can I have that melee damage, chat? I'd like to break in and get my loot back. Hey, Gene, can you open this door? Hey,
I cannot open anything.
Gene.
I cannot open anything right now.
Hey, Gene. Hey, Gene, can you let me in?
No. All right.
Yeah, zombies. Look how tasty my booty looks. Come get a taste of the booty. Wait, why are they bugging through? That's cheating. The door wasn't fully broken. You shouldn't be able to bug through. That's cheating. Hello? Help!
All right,
I
here we
need through
go.
the door. Hey, can you throw another one of those bombs at this door over here?
I don't got any that will blow it open. There we are.
And I got like a melee boost, chat. I can break my way in. My fist.
I'm approaching. Where is the thing to open the door? Ow.
I don't know. I was trying to break it open with my hand. It's at 100 HP. It's almost broken. They just broke through, so there's a lot of fuckers here now. Well, actually, I might just be dead. $73. 71. 16 at 7. 65. 60. Fuck, more zombie. Shit.
Oh, there's a back door. Come around the backside. Backside.
There's a back
Damn
door?
it.
Oh, hi. Oh, yeah, there was. All right. Excuse me, pardon me, zombies. I just need to get my loot real quick. Don't mind me.
All right. Come here, baby boy. Chat, who ain't Eepers? Chat, raise your hand if you're not Eepers.
All right, all right.
Oh, that's rare.
What happened?
Some of y'all ain't Eepers. It's crazy. Is that allowed? Who allowed you not to be EP? Ow, he spit on me.
I'm running out of energy. I need more energy. Oh yeah, energize. Yes, let me at him.
Oh,
Wait, what the fuck killed me?
nothing. A zombie.
Did you?
A zombie killed you. A zombie killed you.
Did you fucking
A
hit me?
zombie. It was a
You
zombie.
motherfucker! I remember this.
Yeah. It was. We're equal now. We're equal. We're equal now. We're equal now. The door's open, by the way. Yeah, well, I could sleep through 24 hours gay. Take that one.
Curse your sudden but inevitable betrayal.
Oh, I love that. All right, you trying to hit me? How dare you?
I just want to give you a little love tap. Just
It's
a little
gonna
love
kill
tap.
me.
Just a little love. Just. Here, I'll hit your leg. How about that?
Uh-huh.
There you go.
Look at you.
Didn't do much damage.
It did knock me on my face, though.
Wait, did it actually?
Yeah, it knocked me over.
Wait, you can do that?
Yep. If you hit the legs of the zombies, you'll knock them over.
You?
All right. I'm gonna unlock these. I'm gonna like open the crates, but I'll let you open the boxes.
I'm currently. Yep. Oh, am I gonna get this first try? Hey, not even hard.
There you go.
With the Sigma? Taking that. Ooh.
Forward book,
Blade
I'll take that.
crafting in one of these.
Let me take all the tools, because Dar's not gonna take that.
Yeah, you're damn right.
There's a heist book in there if you want it.
Shit, wait, hold up. Fuck yeah, there is. Yoink. Alright, I'm gonna loot this fucking book room real quick and see what we get.
Mm.
What's your forge level? Just curious.
Shoot, where's that located at? What's it called again? What's the book called?
Wouldn't be in the. It's not in the ones that are out of 7 because that's the volume one. You want to go to the, I think, hammer category, and it tells you the levels.
All right, let's see. Oh, I'm maxed out.
Oh. All right. I got 8 more of them.
What's your forge level like, Carmia? Carmia, what's your forge level like? Carmia, what's your forge level like?
I'm too tired to do the voice properly. Well, now you can upgrade your forge.
True, I guess. Here's the blade crafting. I know you want that.
What's the forge level like?
So,
I don't need this anymore.
I'll take it, heck.
Wait, you didn't have an AK?
I do. I can always have another AK. Why
shit,
have one
yeah.
gun when you can have 5? Why have 5 guns when you can have 9?
Oh, perfect. We finished this to get a horde. I'm gonna go outside so we have room for this.
Oh, okay. We are allowed to use our gun for the horde.
Oh. Yeah, no,
You-
actually 100% agreed. No, we could not kill that shit melee, and we actually get good rewards for doing these.
All right, stock up on your health and everything. If you need food, eat food. If you have anything that's gonna reduce damage.
I do not, but that's all right. I take steroids though.
Yep.
All right, what kind of horde are we looking at? Oh, it's a radiation horde. All right.
Where's my
Well, I
pistol?
got good news for us.
Yeah?
So they're spawning in a radiation horde on us. My AK has the radiation remover mod on it.
Ah, fuck. Ah.
Oh, fuck, do not get hit by them. They hurt bad.
All right.
You got the boss?
Done.
All right, not too bad.
Pog. Pog.
Go give me my loot.
There's where my voice went, chat.
it's
Pog.
not really that
Pog. Pog. This loot was kind of lame, TBH.
I'm gonna be real, it was kind of dog. We should just try to fight it with our melee if that's what our loot was.
Pog. Pog. Chat. Pog.
Pog.
Me when I pog.
Dude, I'm pogging so hard right now.
Bro, I'm such a pogger. Thank you for the ammo. Thank you for the ammo. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. Thank you for the dynamite. Thank you for the dynamite. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
I guess it's time to go home. I mean, ain't really much else to do here. We cleared that area. That was a fun area, though.
It was a fun area. Me not remembering where I put my bike.
Oh, it's in front of the school. You should have a little yellow symbol on your compass that tells you where the box at. I'm going to the store real quick so I can sell some shit. I hate Pog. Why do you hate? Are you not poggy enough for Pog Club?
Am I poggy enough for the Poggy Club?
Poggers. Poggers. God damn it.
Do y'all remember? Do y'all remember? At all? Anything?
You remember?
No. They're brothers from another mother's.
It's true. Pog is the elder brother, Skib.
Yeah, but Skib is the hotter younger brother.
I mean, yeah, you're not wrong, but it doesn't mean the older brother's bad.
Older brother's weird. Has been living at home for too long.
You and your guys is reverse, I swear.
Reverse, reverse.
The word gives me the ick. Oh, baby. I'm sorry that's not very pog of you. Chat, when I be going down on a girl, I be pog.
Oh my god.
No! Don't clip that! Imagine. No. If you are sleeping with somebody and you just start going, oh, pog, do you keep going or do we stop? Like at what point do you
I think
just
that just instantly ruins it.
that immediately ruins it? Yeah, me too. I feel it. Why am I slow? Cabbage Patch time. Keep going. Go faster.
Go faster. Fuck.
It's the equivalent of the Flying Dutchman. I don't feel like I want to know what the Flying Dutchman is.
is?
No?
Really? That's okay.
Oh, I'm so tired. Oh, I'm physically tired. I'm not like, like sleepy. My whole body's just like, why do you exist? Didn't you realize that today's the no exist day? You're also tired? Hi, tired. Nice to meet you. I'm tired. I think it's funny how many emotes you have making out with people.
Listen, what can I say? I like making out with people.
How do you know you're friends with Dar? Dar has an emote of you making out.
That's how you know you're true friends.
Yeah. Ribbit. Dar likes pog champing people. Gibbets, no. Gibbets, no.
Oh, God.
Chat, you know when you be pog champing a girl and she'd be skipping on your wrist?
What skin color you want to be? That is such a. That is not a question I'm used to hearing. You know.
Didn't know we had a choice in this.
God damn it.
Can we ban Gene? Valid. Valid. No, you know what? That's right. I'm gonna add a redeem. It's just gonna be called Gene Shut Up, and it's just gonna make me be quiet for 5 minutes.
I mean, I'm purple. That's my skin color. I'm purple. You've seen my shark, man.
I'm blue.
No, it's purple, not blue. I can see how you get that confused. It's actually purple.
But what if I'm blue? Gene is so tired, I didn't notice I spent 6 on apparel. Wait, did you do that? Oh my god! Thank you! Thank you! I was wondering why nothing was broken anymore. You're the best! What the heck?
Oh yeah, shit did get repaired. What the fuck?
Thank you! You're the best. That is insane that costs you $6 to repair all of our equipment, but that is a lot of equipment. This game is now pay to win.
I mean, they can do a lot of shit with bits, Gene.
That is so cool. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. You're a black girl now, Dar.
Like, they can spawn a horde of chickens with bits. It's pretty funny.
Dar, you're a black girl now.
Fuck yeah!
I mean, it's about time we got some diversity in this stream. And it sure as hell ain't gonna be me, because I'm... Nah, ain't gonna be white. I didn't register what happened, is what happened. Oh, brain dead. I'm a 10th level white boy. Chat, I will pick everything up, I promise. Skibbin' and dibbin' and dibbin' and skibbin' and dibbin' and skibbin' and dibbin' and skib. What just happened? Why just wowed? Why are we what? I'm so what? There's so much stuff. Give me a chance. No, I have to go. It's gonna take forever. Chat, I hope you like Sorting Simulator.
Yo! Ocean just gave me raw diamonds.
Oh, that's sick. Wait.
Huh.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. I do appreciate the loot. But for some reason I've chosen to, I've been chosen, chat. I don't remember what I'm saying anymore. Ow. Alright, let's use some stuff. Huh?
Do you remember?
Do you remember? No.
No, I actually have a horrible memory.
Me when I be remembering things. Do you remember when you remembered to remember that you remembered, chat?
Assassin boot? Oh no.
Ranger hat. Oh, hey Dar.
Yeah.
Fuck you. Sorry. Don't do it, Dar. Don't. Ow! Half my health.
I tried knocking you on the ground, but it didn't work.
There's some AP ammo there for you.
Ooh.
Steamy champing pogs. No more words, chat. Words are banned from stream. If you want to say words, you can go somewhere else.
Yeah, if I see anyone put in a word in chat, I'm banning you.
Emo only mode. Let's go. No, yeah, immediately posted no.
Shit!
What?
Hold up. Wait a minute. I can make myself a pump shotgun now.
Wait a minute. Put a little love in it. Bam, 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 bam.
Got a shot. I got a shotgun upgrade.
Wow. I know.
Oh wait, one sec. His health is too high. Let me help this out real quick.
I'm dodging. I dodged. Ow! It hurt.
I want to see you fall on the ground again. I didn't know that was a possibility. I'm trying to hit you in the leg to watch it happen.
Is Twitch bugged? No, I didn't turn it on. I thought about it, but I didn't.
Do you remember?
No.
Hey, don't worry. I'm putting more stuff in this thing for you.
I know. Darby,
All
one
right.
of them. Darby, one of Darby.
Yeah.
Darby.
Yeah. You got it?
No.
Oh, I'm sad now.
I'm also sad.
We only have 3 shotgun parts. We need more.
Oh, no, we have more. Give me a second.
Hi, why are there so many songs about rainbows?
How many shotgun parts do you need?
I need 8.
Alright, give me a sec.
Do we also have more forged steel? Or we only got this 18?
We probably don't have more right now, but I can make more. Thank you so much, Dar.
34 more in the thing.
I'm in the workbench. I'm gonna put the shotgun parts.
Oh, no, we need a crucible. Fuck.
Oh, what do we need to make a crucible? All right, give me time. I will make the stuff we need.
I just want my shotgun upgrade. I can actually start enjoying the shotgun soon.
Be good. Get
wait.
kissed, chat.
I only need 1 forged steel. We had 30 something in the chest up here.
Perfect.
Why are there so many?
Oh, hi, Jigsby. How you doing? Jixie B.
Do you remember?
How are you? I am so tired. But I think yeah. I'm gonna cut off your leg, dog. Cut off your leg and feed it to you.
Wait, are we talking about hidden legs?
No! Stop hitting my leg! What? You having fun in the clothes box?
Yeah, I'm seeing what we got.
You set me on fire and knocked me down.
I got the animation. I gotta watch it.
Rude. Treasure! Thank you. My leg! My leg! There you go. Did I sing good yesterday, chat? Did you like my singing? Mia hated it. No comment. Mia hates me, chat. All right. Only on days that end in Y. You hate me on days that end in Y. Chat, what days end in Y?
Monday.
Oh.
Tuesday.
Oh.
Wednesday.
Oh.
Thursday.
Oh, it's so many days.
You got Friday.
There's more?
Saturday.
That's all the days except one day.
And also Sunday.
No! Carmia, why? That's so many days. That's so many days. Hi, Neon. How you doing? I need to find my pickaxe. Where'd my pickaxe go?
I ate it.
Don't eat my pickaxe. Heck.
Can I break anything for steel?
No, don't worry. Well, I'll get the steel. I'm making the crucible. Go kill something, Dar. Go hunt something.
Okay.
I'm so cozy into bed. Me when I'm in the bed being cozy like. Let's go. Let me go get some stone. Back to the mines.
Man. It's in my way.
She making fun of me for being cozy. Yes. That is in fact what I'm doing.
Don't worry about what's going on out here.
I'm not too worried. I'm a little worried. Hey, yo, chat, me when I'm cozy coded? What the heck? No, please be cozy. I like it when people are cozy. Being cozy's the best. Sleeping on the cold... Don't sleep on the cold floor. Do not.
Almost there.
I'm so scrunched up right now, chat. You don't even know.
I did it.
Chat, I have an idea.
Oh, same. If I want better loot, I could go to the radiation area.
Don't be paralyzed, not allowed.
Did you break our toilet? Where am I supposed to shit now?
You don't poop.
Oh, wait, you're right.
I need a ladder. Do sharks pee? Alexa, do
Oh,
sharks
cool.
pee?
You think I would shit in my own sea? That's
Sharks
fucked up.
pee through their skin.
Yeah, you didn't know that?
Dar, is that why you're slimy? You're just covered in pee?
Oh yeah. Nice and slimy.
Pee shark? Me when I'm a pee shark?
I mean, listen, when you're just swimming through the ocean, it's just easy, you know?
What?
What?
Blah. The Blage is not sleeping in the bed tonight.
Why not? Man, it's
Pee
fucked up.
Blage.
I'm sneaking into the bed. Can't stop me.
Made the Cabbage Patch Kids? There's always a shark directly behind you. There's always a shark directly behind you.
Don't you guys know that? You never know where the shark is. But I'm always watching. It's telling me to seek shelter now, so I think that means keep driving, right?
I believe in you. You got this.
I'm probably fine. That's a big bear. Why would you reverse me, chat? That's just mean.
I was taking the opposite direction, I think. I don't know anymore. I think I almost have enough stone.
Starting to think
Vanya,
this might have been
that's
mistake.
don't supply them down here. They're going off the map. Chat.
Gotta dig down for them. You gotta get them.
I think they're beneath the map. Stop sending boxes into the void! Stop sending boxes into the void, chat!
That's where the good
Stop
shit was
sending
at.
them
You
into the
walked off
void!
the loot.
No! They're gonna be gone forever now. No!
Ooh. Oh, hey, they can spawn mini bike parts now. We're already close having a mini bike.
Oh wait, I already have some mini bike parts. I forgot. I thought we were making a motorcycle.
No, we gotta make a mini bike first, silly. You gotta go in order. Man, why you gotta not have the shit I'm looking for, sir? It's kind of rude.
Ooh, medicine. Yay! Oh, I'm fading fast. Okay. Back to doing what I need to do. Did you make yourself a pump shotgun? No, you need that steel, right?
Yeah, I need the steel still. I'm 1 book away from having all 7 mastery books for the shotgun and sledgehammer.
Amazing. Woof woof, chat. Woof woof. I'm sorry.
Woof woof.
Okay, I guess I need machine parts. How many machine parts do we have? Woof woof. Woof woof. Woof woof. Woof woof. Woof woof. Woof woof. Good morning, Allie. Good morning, Allie. Scoop.
Okay.
What? I'm missing 1 forged iron. You're kidding me. Crucible is being crafted.
I feel like I would have been smarter about this and realized this is a bad idea.
Bellows.
So my brain didn't register it until like the last second here, and I'm like, oh, this is a 3-star building. I'll be fine. I know it was a 3-star. And I'm like, wait a second. I'm in the rad area, which is up 2 stars. So this 3-star is actually a 5-star.
So proud of you.
I don't feel safe.
What the Sigma, chat? What the Sigma?
What the Sigma?
All right, I need duct tape. Do we have any ducks so I can tape them? Melt my brain, chat. What the scallop? Oh, that's me. I'm the scallop. What's wrong with me? Help!
Oh, look at you.
Okay.
Gene's affected. I'm gonna have to put him down.
No, you don't need to put me down. Is there a beaker in here?
Beaker.
I'm perfect. Oh, thank you. You lied to me. Put him down in the basement. No, that's where Chad is. They're gonna eat me. Do not eat me. Do not come to my town. I do not like this song. Don't bonk me! I'm gonna lag! No! Oh, there we go. I do not like this song. Santa Claus is coming to town. Do not come to my town.
How'd I make acid? I need acid, chat.
I can't make acid.
Well, I just had a fun way to killing a green zombie. I just kept hitting their legs and making them fall down. They just kept getting back up. I'm like, no, back to the ground.
I know you do, Vanya. That's why I keep quoting it. Okay, I need acid. Where do I get acid? Can I scrap batteries for acid, or does that get me lead? It gets me lead. Okay. Shoot.
You get acid in this game?
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately. I think I have to go to... Oh, what time is it? Wait till the next day. I'm gonna go by all the stores tomorrow and try to get acid so I can build the chemistry station. Meanwhile, let's make the other thing. The cookie crumbs every place. Vanya, if you get me that script, I will do a full reading of it for you.
I don't feel safe.
Me when I'm not safe coded. You shoot me in the face. Shoot me in the face.
My rad levels are dropping. That's pretty cool.
No, it's not. You're no longer rad. Don't laugh at that, Dar. That's so stupid.
It's so fucking stupid. God damn.
Oh. That's valid.
I see.
Dar, you're hemorrhaging your rad points like a loser. I don't know why I gave Gibbets a German accent, but Gibbets is now German. DMs, you did not find the script, did you? I'm gonna be harassed by this thing that Vanya sent. The box is gonna be underneath the map. Ooh. Oh, okay, I will do it. But chat, I need to go use the bathroom first. So, I'm gonna put on the game. I'll make sure that you can still hear Dar.
Chat, I'm about to be dead.
Wait,
I
Dar.
don't know if I'm making out of this alive.
Dar, can you share your screen with me?
Yeah, give me 1 second.
I have an idea. We're just gonna play Dar's street game while I'm away, so I can use the bathroom and y'all can still experience it.
All right.
There we go. How do I make this big? Okay.
There's a lot of angry people in here. God damn it, Vanya. No. Bad. It's a bad. 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 Oh! Skill.
All right, chat. I'll be right back. You be good. Mwah.
Yeah, you guys, I think you guys will only be able to see the redeems to the overlay now, but you know, that's fine. Anyways, we're gonna keep going deeper into this area.
There you go.
There we go.
Perfect.
Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. No, I don't want to be here anymore. Did they see me? They did not. That is just 3 fucking direwolves. All right. Oh, no. Oh, fuck. Ooh, ammo. Ooh. I don't want that. Ooh. Ooh. Hey. No. Ooh. Ooh. Slurp. Pop. Oh, that was awkward. Sir, do you mind? I expect you to die from that, not gonna lie. Why are you guys so angry? Calm down, it'll be okay. Anyways, so how we doing? Ooh, piece of candy. Why do I got angry people? You know, fuck you guys. I'm leaving. I want to. Hey, no. No screaming. That's bad. Oh, my booty. Oh. Oh. I gotta get inside. The red. I might be dead here. I got energy for this shit. I gotta find the way back inside. What the hell? I gotta get my rad level a bit down. Alright, we're getting a little bit more cozy in here. Alright. Energized shit. I'm going right back out. Let's go. Come here, motherfucker. Bop. 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 Hey, fuck you. Bop. 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 That's fun. I like the hammer chat. The fact that you guys are not... Oh, I got radiation poison. That's probably not good. I'm gonna go inside. Hold up. Oh, fuck me. Is that a witch? God damn it. That was a witch. So that's reloaded. All right. Come on up. Why did I go up? Fuck, I'm out of energy. I can't do my heavy swing. Shit. I was playing on the heavy swing. Boosted range. Let's go, bitches. Came to the wrong motherfucking neighborhood. What the fuck did you come from? Hello? Where the fuck are you guys coming from? Hello? Head. Ah, where the fuck? I still don't know why the fuck my area is getting overran. I don't like explosives. I appreciate it though, but I don't like them. Ooh, cards. Alright, where's all this loot at? What'd I get? Ooh, piece of candy. But boom. Oh shit, wait, do we still got silly sounds? Hold up, you're right. One sec. Wait, I forgot to pull the pin, chat. There we go. Alright. I'm amused. Ah! Bad. Get butt spanking. Are you gonna die? There it goes. My rad levels are a bit high. I don't got meds for that. Well, shit. That'll probably be fine. Are we clear out here finally? What the fuck? Look at all that shit. Look at all this shit. I just want to go home. I'm just trying to... Ooh, piece of candy. Where's my bike? Why is there so many fucking zombies? What the hell? I'm out of here. Fuck this place. This place ain't kind. I'm leaving. Fuck this place. Oh shit, I got boosted melee. Oh hell no, I'm going back in. Where they at? Come here. Come here. Come here. I'm out of stamina. You can walk over here. You better come on. I'm running low on my stamina. You better hurry. Don't you dare spit at me. Bop. Bop. Did you not die? Bop. No, boost melee's gone. Whee! Why am I being eaten? I mean, that sounds fun. I'm down to be eaten. You can eat me. What the fuck was that? Oh, a zombie. Alright, as long as I don't see no wolves or anything, I think I'm fine now, Chad. Ah, we're pretty good. We're pretty good. We're pretty good. There's like 3 dire wolves over there, and I did not like it. What the fuck? I don't know where I'm at. I'm going this way. Hi, zombie. Alright, we're going in the burnt forest now. That's fine. Burnt forest ain't too bad. But puppy is evil. He's a big puppy that tries to eat my bum, and I don't want my bum eaten by a puppy. I must admit, it's not on my to-do list. And now we're just choking, but you know, who doesn't like mind a little choking here and there, you know? We just, okay, oh, catch my breath, am I out? Alright, we're in the safe zone, we're good now. Fucking bird, where are you at? Come here, I got fucking... Anyways. Go with the dark shark! And just like that, chat, I'm out scot-free. You motherfucker. I missed. Oh no, I didn't miss. Fuck you in particular. Ah, shit. Fuck this. I'm out. Fuck. Ah, shit. All right. Ah, that sucks. Hey, hello. Welcome back.
Hey, what did I miss?
Well, you turned it on perfect timing because I got attacked by like a big ass fucking horde out of nowhere, and it was a lot of guys. Here.
Hi, everybody. Chat. I will go back to the toilet. Okay. I looked at myself in the mirror and I'm like, oh no. Oh no. I look rough. I look like I had a hard night, man. All right. I will do that in just a second. Oh boy. My eyes. I look like somebody who has not slept in several days. Are they above me? What's going on here?
I got the perfect gloves for you, by the way. On my way back.
Let me kill these things, Vanya, and then we'll do it.
I tried to leave, and there was those 3 big ass dogs looking at me, and it was not fun.
All right, here we go. I do not like this song. Santa Claus is coming to town. Do not come to my town. I think the song have many, many problems, and Santa is a stalker? A stalker or something. You go. Oh. What's that? Oh, you know what I'm hearing? I'm hearing your game.
Oh yeah, I still have that on you. We're gonna turn that off.
No, you can turn off if you like, yeah. A stock or something. You go, he knows when you are sleeping. He knows when you are awake. He knows if you've been bad or good. What? Santa, what are you? What, you go to children's bedroom and look to see? Oh, sleeping. What? You're an old fat man with a beard. Und crumb cookie every place from everywhere you go. Munch cookie milk, and go and come down the chimneys? So you're a dirty fat man with beard staring at boys and girls while they slept? No, is this you, Santa? Do not come to my town. There you go. Crumbed cookie every place. I love it. Okay. I have a crucible now.
Yippee!
I need... Okay, so I'm not going to make the advanced bellows yet. Let's make the chemistry... No, actually, I was going to make the advanced bellows because I can't get the chemistry.
I just need one forged steel and I can make me my new shoddy and I'll be a happy camper.
Let me see if I can get you that. Steel. What does it need? Okay, we just need some heat. Screw it. I'll burn my ladder. Why not? Alright, there'll be a forged steel there for you when you come back.
Yippee! What level are your gloves?
300. I don't know.
Alright, well, I got an upgrade for you. A perfect gloves for you.
You're perfect
I'm on
for
my
me?
way. I'm almost.
You're
they're
perfect for
you.
me, Dar?
No, the gloves are perfect.
I knew you were perfect for me, Dar. Dar's mine now, chat. I can't have him. Sorry.
Oh my god, the box in the void is just stuck on my map when I got here. God
Yep.
damn it.
And they kiss.
And they kissed.
I'm sorry, Vanya. I didn't want you to find out this way.
Ryan, where the fuck you at?
I went outside.
Come here. Oh, by the way, I hope you like the hole I made. It was in the way of my bike.
There was a... Okay.
Oh, look at you.
Oh, hey, there's a hole right here.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Anyways, here's your gloves.
Yay. Preacher gloves. Woo. What do they do? Oh, that is... Whoa. I'm sorry. Plus undead damage?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why I told you I got good shit for you.
That's kind of solid. What the heck? What the heck?
You know, my gloves are only level 1, but I didn't want them because my gloves are the gear set that I want, and that's not the gear set. So, you know.
Chat, tell me if you see a...
Right, I can get crafted.
Chat, tell me if you see... Chat, tell me if you... Chat, tell? Chat. Rude. What the heck? There we go. So, chat, tell me if you...
What do we need? Need the handlebars.
That one's does. If you... Oh, sorry. I'm looking for... Oh, okay, chat. Sorry. I don't mean to keep cutting off. It's just... Oh, animal. How do we miss these boxes?
I miss a lot of stuff.
But yeah, chat, tell me if you see an animal, okay?
No. No.
No, 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 no.
No. No. No. That's not what I need. No.
Why can I see the meow and my brain goes meow, 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 meow. Did you know meow?
Meow.
Iron spear, gross.
How do we get mechanical parts?
You break down cars. How many do you need?
6, because then I can make a mini bike handlebars and I can craft a mini bike.
Did you check the car box to make sure there's not mini bike handle in there?
I did. There ain't no mini bike handles in here. It's kind of bullshit if you ask me. We got bicycle handles, but no mini bike handles.
Ooh, pills. Yum,
I
yum,
want a mini
yum.
bike.
Yum, yum,
Oh,
yum.
then I need my tools and I can start breaking cars down then.
Yum,
Tools,
yum,
we got
yum.
any big wrenches? What if I just break down a car with my hammer?
You will get mechanical parts. Oh, with your sledgehammer, you're gonna get less.
But hammer. Driving in my car.
You lie like that, Bucks.
You drink all the coffee.
Acid. There ain't no acid. Honey Bunch, why don't you give me acid? What kind of books do you got? What you laughing at?
Hey, big brain play.
How many do you need for the sledgehammers?
I still need a lot of books to upgrade my sledgehammers higher.
Okay, well, I'm gonna buy you 2 books while I'm here.
Also, while I was laughing, I was curious if I could use the integrations if I'm playing with you. I found out I can, so I spawned me in mini bike parts and got the mini bike part I needed.
Wow. Wow, Dar cheating.
I was just
Ooh,
curious
I
if I was
want
able to do it at
this.
work.
Dara cheating?
Yeah, I'm a cheater, what can I say?
That was a cheetah, chat. That was a cheetah. You have a hunting rifle, right?
I got myself a level 3 hunting rifle. That is correct.
Okay. Let me know if you see any acid anywhere.
There's a sale, even if it is. To
I'll try not to mess with any acid I see, and I'll let you know.
Give it to me. Give it to me, baby. Where's my assault rifle, chat? There it is. I thought I sold it.
That would have been funny.
Where's the mod I just bought? There it is.
Where did I put it? Where'd it go? Oh shit! I got distracted. I was supposed to do something.
Give it to me, baby. And all the girlies say I'm pretty fly for a white guy.
Konami code for
Not bad if that picked up. I don't think it did.
It picked up on my... No, it's fine though.
My bad. I thought my phone was muted.
Insert My Pony music. Okay. Pink Pony Club. There's ain't no way. Well, guess what I just found?
What'd you find?
An anvil.
Didn't you just craft an anvil?
No, I craft a crucible. If I
Okay.
could find an animal that I can murder, then I could possibly be doing even better.
Can't believe you're trying to murder an animal. That's fucked.
Yeah, come here, Dar.
I got a hammer. I know how to use my hammer.
I am a man, a big strong man.
And I am a lady. I don't know what. Chat, help. Help me, chat. So please help. Send help.
Yeah.
It's a dog-eat-dog world out there, and I'm feeling hungry.
Surprised I haven't seen a single steel sledgehammer yet.
I'm surprised I exist, honestly.
Honestly, same. It's fucking weird, man. Man, crafting takes a while. What is...
What are you voting for, chat? Energized sick.
They gonna make you nice and energized.
Chat, you know what they called me in high school? Gene, 'cause that's my name.
That's pretty cool.
Also idiot.
I felt that one.
They did not call me Big Tasty. I lied about that one. Except they did, and I'm lying again.
How dare you?
Get double Prince Pumpernickel. No, gonna be honest. I've never been called Prince Pumpernickel.
I'm changing your Discord name right now.
Oh no, chat. This is the bong truck. Help. Do you want to be? Not particularly.
You will now be referred to Prince Pumpernickel.
Amazing.
I bestow this new name upon thee.
No, no. The only nickname I ever really got was Cyan. It was named after a cat in a furry furry comic.
Oh wait, I can put this on it too. Fuck yes.
Is the main character of Free Colors Kingdom.
I feel so much better with a shotgun now. I just went from 2-shot shotty to 11-shot shotty.
I'm so proud of you.
I feel happy now. My shotgun gonna do damage. Prince Pumpernickel pumping out all those nickels.
Baby girl, you don't know how many nickels I got in me. I got 2 nickels. It's not a lot, but it's impressive. It's strange that happened twice. Have you ever swallowed any coins? I think I've like legitimately swallowed quite a few pennies in my time, and I'm kind of worried about it.
I mean, they're kind of tasty. Alright, I got what I wanted.
Hello, Beaming, how you doing? That's what you want to be called, right? You want to be called Beaming, right? Thick coin. Girl, that ain't the only thing thick about me. My coins be thick too. Beamy. I was so close. Crayons countless. Gibbets, were you in the military? Gibbets is secretly a Marine. Beamy, I'm doing great. I'm not. I'm not doing great.
Beep beep.
Do you want to make me one?
We need more. If you can get us another handlebar, I can get you one. That's all we're missing from a second one.
Okay.
We need mechanical parts and we can craft it.
Oh, do you want mechanical parts?
All right.
There's 93.
I will make. All right.
Oh, sorry. I got very drunk last night, and I did a karaoke stream for like 6-7 hours. Run me over, Dar! Like I could hear you approaching. I was like, getting close.
I was curious if anything would happen, but I just go right through you.
I mean, you can go right through me, anyways.
Oh, wait, this is a shop. Where the fuck am I going?
Wee, 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 wee. Is this home? How did I make it here?
I don't know. That's where you headed.
Oh. Nah. But yeah, I did a late night karaoke stream. It was a lot of fun. But now I'm exhausted. Oh, you! Dar, look at this. They reversed me. I almost ran into the spikes. Don't push me to the spikes. I did. I sang good. Carmia hated my singing, but besides that, everybody else enjoyed it.
Mini back handle parts. I need to grab myself some shit so I can craft this for use of track. I need to go over here to our shit. We're gonna be right here. All mats. All right. Give me springs, the pipes, the other shit, the headlights. All right.
Gene, when he accidentally turns French for a little bit.
I'm gonna throw all this shit back in here.
If you find acid, let me know.
Yeah, we're gonna be going through a lot of gas, by the way. Only downside.
Oh, well, I mean, once I get the chemistry station, we can start making it.
Well, I'll be good.
Very nice. Oh, sledgehammer books. Here you go.
Oh, yeah. I think I'm 11 books away to start making the steel sledgehammers. Should be some good old times.
I am excited.
I want something to hit.
Go find an enemy or something. He was about to revolt. I am. We are coming to revolt. What am I doing? Okay, I need nails. It's me. Boo boo doo boo. Gene is excited. Never. I've never been excited in my entire life. Chat. Prove me wrong. Yeah. All right, I only need. What do you want?
I'm crafting you your buck.
I'm kidding. I do get excited when chat is here. Thank you.
I was trying to craft your buck. You yelling at me? That's fucked up.
Ooh, book. Vehicle book. I will throw it on the ground.
Yoink.
And tool digest, yeah. All right, maybe there's some computer chairs in here. Why is there no? Who got rid of all the leather chairs?
Oh, I did. I don't like leather.
I need to scrap them.
Oh, I hit him with my hammer.
And they're gone forever now. Oh no. Chat, welcome to my emo era. Aww.
Alright, your box crafting and the crafting bench should be done for you in a minute now, and you got yourself a new box.
Yay.
Make sure you take good care of it.
I cannot make any promises.
The bright side of this is now we can use bikes without using our fucking stamina.
I need to go kill a deer or something. Ooh. It's not a phase, Mom. I fell in love with an emo girl.
Based.
All right. My little gothic girl. I want to listen to the 69 Eyes. Chat, we're going to listen to the 69 Eyes. Give me a second. Okay, I think the under the ground boxes are gone now.
They spawn after a while. It is very good.
I'm so happy. That would have driven me insane. Oh, chat, I got a quote back from the 3D model, which I need to check how, like, expressive it is. 5,400 right now, chat.
Sounds about right.
Might be the 3D model. I've not heard back from the person who was doing the 2D model, so once I hear that back, that's when we'll kind of figure out where to do things. Yep. I forgot to eat food. I don't need food.
Oh, look at you.
Just like a gothic girl.
Whoa, no. Gothic girl. I'm gonna murder this place. Oh. Yay, thank you for the food. Oh, thank you. Who gave me that? Gibbets, thank you, I appreciate you. Gibberoni, gibble, jibbity jib. Jibbin. Straight jibbing it.
I'm
Jibbing on the
straight
Ritz.
right now.
Girl, I'll be straight jibbing. Jibboo. Murder.
Yeah, I missed.
Bro, you killed him while I was dancing. That's fucked up.
Just like a gothic girl.
What the fuck is this building? That looks pretty big.
You know what else is pretty big?
There's like a lot of big things, honestly.
Why did it go skirt?
Didn't do that like perfect fucking timing though.
It's just like, nope. Sorry.
Man, why does this gotta be only 4-star? That's no fun. I'm currently scouting the map for us.
Y'all really spawning these on me? How dare you? Wait, am I being like horde swarmed? What's going on?
I think there was an attack that was voted on.
Oh,
I think, yeah, it was a biker attack. You being attacked by bikers?
was not expecting it, but wasn't the worst thing could happen. All right, let's see if I can find what I'm looking for.
What are you looking for?
Not that. I'll scrap that though. I need to get my pistol again.
Alright. What kind of item you looking for? I can keep an eye out for it.
Just leather right now.
No, just plain old leather? Okay.
If I could find a stupid whatchamacallit, animal, I probably have enough leather. I just need to find an animal. I love the silly.
Silly is by far the best redeem in this game. That or the fucking horde of chickens.
The horde of chickens is awful, chat. Don't listen.
Oh, that costs bits, so...
Oh, so brain dead. Girl, die.
Fucking love silly noises on the bike.
Shoo. Oh. Shoo. Amazing.
Oh, my silly noises. Yo, I found Hogzilla.
Heck yeah. Chat, I'm getting regular follows on. Wait, really? You found Hogzilla?
Yeah, it's a place called Hogzilla's like ranch or some shit like that.
Oh, if that one has super, I can't remember if that's the one that has super corn in it. Make sure you grab the super corn. Do not eat it. Do not use it.
Well, I wasn't going inside. Are you telling me to go inside this
Don't go
ranch?
inside right now. No. But if you do end up finding super corn, we need it.
But what if it looks tasty?
No.
Oh, hey, I found a whole bunch of leather chairs.
Pick them up, scrap them.
I could.
That way you have less supplies. You have less stuff to worry about.
I scrapped some and I got a little bit of leather for you.
How much leather you got?
18.
I need one more. Just like real life. What? What's like real life? My brain hurts, chat. Does anybody want to play? Does anybody want to stream for me? Wants to take... Chat, you can run the Gene stream today.
We're Gene today, chat.
We're all Gene now.
We're all Gene now.
I gotta be a pretty boy. You think I'm pretty? It has been 2 hours. Yeah, but this is one of these streams.
It's one of those streams.
I like these streams. They yucky. Boys are yucky. You know, valid.
I am pretty yucky, honestly.
Boys are gross, chat. Boys are so yucky. We're gonna listen to the guys are gross now.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, no. Gene, I should have listened to you. I should have fucking listened to you.
Did you try to go in?
Oh, I went in. I now know why it's called Hogzilla.
Did you find the Zilla Hog?
I found the Zilla Hog. I've never seen this thing in my life. I'm not leaving. I'm staying up here, and I'm never leaving. This is my new home. I'm never coming down. Bro, he had a fucking mohawk. It's pretty cool.
Yo, is that? Oh, what's his name?
He's trying to come out. He's trying to come out. Hey, Gene. I don't feel safe anymore.
Was it Rocksteady?
Bro, he's fucking huge.
Bebop. It was Bebop. It's Bebop from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Have you seen him?
I have not.
Bro, if you wanna, so stream can see, I will not attack him, and I will hide if you want to head over here.
You're gonna make me on.
This is a new guy. I'm in a safe spot, I think. I hope.
All right, let me remove some of my stuff from my inventory. Shit he said is probably true. This it's like that, try to relax.
Wait, there's two of them?
No, darling, please, you know I'm just a snarling beast.
Is there two of them? Is that the only one? I don't know. I'm not safe.
Yes. They smell like shit, to put it eloquent. Alright, where's Dar?
He's got. Also, you have a mini bike in the crafting bench.
Right.
So you know. I am a good bit away from you, but this will definitely give you your leather.
Yeah, fair.
I don't feel safe. Even up here.
You forgot about your child? What about your child?
This is a risky jump. Hey chat, you guys want to redeem jump for me? So I can get into a better spot that I'll feel safer on.
Oh, having a mini bike is so nice.
Oh, I know, I fucking love it. The mini bike is so nice.
Why is that glowing?
Wait, I'm on your screen too. Why is that glowing? That's like directly at me also. Oh, and the glow's gone.
Huh. That
was my SOS sign, you know?
Uh-huh. See what's underneath. Oh, nope, it's back.
I want to jump. I don't feel safe.
Chat, is music too loud, by the way? Oh no, it should be good. Fear the light all the way through the night. In love with you. Yeah,
I don't know if I should be scared or not. I don't know where he's at anymore. He's somewhere.
I'm sure it's fine.
I can hear him. You sound inky.
Why? Why do you reverse me? Thank you for the lyric.
Confused? Oh, that's just mean. Opposite key binding. Yeah, reverse.
There you go.
rush. He sounds so mad.
I need to stop by this cellar real quick.
Wait,
I need to see if they have acid.
that's fair. That's fair.
It's rum that I wanted tonight.
I don't see him anymore.
If you bring me a cold,
Oh, I hear. No, he's still here.
Don't
Okay.
expect me to cook it for you.
Okay. That's what I need. Okay.
Shit, man. I treat you that good, and you don't even fucking tip me.
Did y'all spawn a box on me? I don't see it. Anyways.
Do you know what the final vehicle is? I've yet to see it, but I know you can make it.
Like the helicopter?
Yeah, we straight up make a fucking helicopter, apparently.
That's so sick, yeah. I've never been on one.
Yeah, we need 100 of the fucking books. I'm almost halfway there, though.
Oh, that is a twerking. What is that twerking? That is some major twerking there.
That is definitely twerk. God.
That's some big ol' booty twerking. That got some cake behind it, man. God damn.
You're in the city I'm in.
Alright, where are you?
I'm on the roof. I hear your bike.
Bing bong!
Hi. I don't know where he's at. He's somewhere in here.
That's worrying.
Yeah, you know, there's a gate, like, oh, yeah, here we go. I guess I'll come down with you. Hi, you ready to have fun?
Yeah, I mean, let's find it, I suppose.
I have no fucking clue where he went. Yeah, he was out here terrorizing me. It was not fun. Yeah, see, I found the loot pool. Then I looked to the right, and he was just inside there.
Huh.
Well, I could hear him. He ain't happy. He very unhappy.
Hello, Pinky. Wow.
Wow. Oh, button.
There he is.
Look at him. He's got a fucking mohawk.
Gonna close this door for a little bit.
Oh, fuck. Why is he after me? Oh. We had Celebrate on.
There's another one. There's something there. What is that? Oh, wait, don't kill it. Let's celebrate end.
As soon as you said that, I registered. Yeah, Celebrate actually fucked us on that one.
Yeah.
That is actually very unfortunate because he probably would have had a shit ton of leather. I fucking came out here, took a right, and just saw that looking at me. I did not feel safe.
Oh, you have leather on you though, right?
Yes, I do have some leather on me.
Give me the leather. Give me the leather. I like your shotgun. You do look like I can't make the joke.
Do it.
You just look like you're gonna tell me not to go to school tomorrow.
My God! God damn it. But yeah, I wanted to make sure you saw that scary motherfucker.
Thank you, I
I like
appreciate it.
There might be more chairs in here that I didn't loot. Do old chairs give leather? There's a shit ton of old chairs.
I'll be fine. We need one more leather, and we have 2 leather chairs back at the office.
Okay. Oh, a police car.
And we still need acid, so if you find any acid, let me know.
Keep my eyes out for some acid for you. Don't you worry. Man, this police car didn't have anything good in it. That's sad. Where'd my bike go? So this is for that one 5-star was, so the chances of another 5-star being in this area are low. I'm gonna be real, I've been just searching for 5-star areas.
Noticed.
I'm scouting the map, trying to find the goods.
Or if you find the book that gives you acid for breaking down sinks, let me know.
Okay. There's a book that does that?
Yep. You have a chance of finding acid in sinks.
What? Do you know what category it falls into? I might have it. I've redeemed a lot of random ass books.
I do not.
Well,
I might have redeemed it as well. Roomy. I should play more of Stanley's Parabola. I can play Stanley's Parabola today. What time is it?
It's currently 11:12, so that's like, I don't know, 9:12 your time, some shit like that.
Yeah. You named your child after Broomy? Heck yeah. Chat's goofy. Did you know that?
And Chatty's pretty goofy.
Chat, you're goofy.
Hey, you're a goofy, Chat. You know that, Chat?
You're
Pretty
goofy. Goofy goobers, man. You're so goofed. Chat, you're goofy. You're whimsical and goofy.
Oh my God, you're so goofy, Chat.
I can't believe you're goofy, Chat. Why are you so goofy?
Oh, I fucking love the pump shotgun.
I'd love to pump your anyways.
Hey, yo.
The statement is gone now. We will not be continuing. Oh. Kith? Okay. Come here, Dark. Kiss me.
Mwah.
Mwah. We're so good at this, chat. Is this thirst trapping?
Oh? Is it? I don't know.
I don't know what this song... Oh, 4.
That was weak. Wow, we're being that.
I don't know what the song is, but I like it. Hello, fandom lover. Me win. Oh my, what is this song? Oh, it's Mother Mother. No wonder I like it. I love Mother Mother. Chat, if you ever want to know if Gene will like a song, if the bass makes you go, yes, then yeah, I probably like the song. I'm good, Ishmael. How are you? Chat, we're gonna go loot big buns. You sweet precious dumbass. Alright, let's do this. The song goes, you sweet precious dumbass.
Where the fuck? Oh, there's a 3-star area. Why is this shit a fucking puzzle? I didn't sign up for no fucking puzzles.
We stealth boys. I be the stealthiest boy.
Are you the stealthiest little boys?
Stealthy boy. My brain is so dead, chat. There's nothing going on in my head right now. It's just the noise. It's microwaves going. That's the entirety of my brain right now, chat. I thought this was a bakery. This is a strip club.
What?
I thought it was a bakery. It's a strip club.
What was it called?
Big Buns.
Oh yeah, that's definitely strip club.
Stop hurting me.
I have shame to anger the zombies.
Okay, there we go.
Oh, I fucking love this new shotgun. Oh.
You want me to put on a show? Okay. Okay, Chad, I'll put on it. Ooey, ooey. Ooey, ooey. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah. Ooh. Woo. Ooey, ooey.
Dance for us.
Did I do good? Do I look like a real boy, Papa?
I'm still one piece away from having my fucking
The
full
One
set.
Piece is real!
Oh, One Piece!
Thank
If you
you.
find
Thank you for throwing cash on me, chat. I appreciate it.
if you find a scavenger chest piece, I'll be a very happy camper.
Let you know.
Ooh, a treasure map.
Ooey, 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 ooey. Hey. He's crying in the club. When you really don't like stripping, but your college loans are due. Hi, Nix. How you doing? Ooey, ooey, ooey. I love when y'all tell me that I make you laugh, because sometimes I'm just like, this was the stupidest thing I've ever done, but if it makes you laugh, it makes me happy. Oh, thank you for checking in, Cheshire Bones. I like your name.
What?
I need to have a button that y'all can hit that says I laughed.
I laughed.
Haha, I laughed. Is that your boyfriend on the phone? Nah, it's just this weird anime boy online who's pretending to strip and be sad. How would you even explain the situation? What is this song? Oh. What the?
So I done read a treasure map, right? And when you read a treasure map, it's supposed to put mark a spot on your map, right?
Right.
It did not mark a spot on my map, but I have it as a quest. And if I click mark it on the map, it says there's no place to mark on the map. But the quest says I located it on your map.
So proud of you.
I don't like this.
I'm not 3D though, I'm 2D. I'm not 3D yet, Chad. I'll be 3D one day. Does that make it better? It's not a flat anime boy. He's three-dimensional. It's okay. I am allowed to laugh at him. Fucks.
My bike.
Wait, why does this sound like they might be giants?
He's totally real. He's three-dimensional. He has all of his angles, I swear. I swear.
Looking down in the island by the light switch, who watches over you? The little birdhouse in your soul, not to put too fine a point on it. Say you're the only bee in your bonnet, but a little birdhouse in your soul. Chat, I don't know if it was the alcohol that gave me energy or singing, because I feel immediately better now I started singing. From my equestrian well.
Found Dick's Diner.
Are you pissing me? You're not pissing me. That's not the way I should have said that. Are you pissing me?
How dare you piss me?
Don't you piss me. Don't you piss. Piss me. How dare. Not to put too fine a point on it. Say I'm the only bee in your bonnet. And me a little bird. Yes. The puppy, it's okay. We're having you put down later. It's all right.
What? That's fucked up.
My pay was just docked. Oh, that's fair. That's fair. I'm kidding. We're not having you put down.
Habitat. Be careful not to scare them.
Oh, why did I get acid? Ah! Did you shoot at me?
Wait, you fighting your acid?
I need more acid. Don't honk my horn. Bro, what the heck? Don't stop honking my horn. Stop honking my horn. What the heck? My horn. Honk your own horn. To put too fine a point on it, saying the only being. And they were roommates, honking each other's horns.
Roommates.
Stop honking my horn! Ah!
I don't know how to honk my own horn, but I can honk yours.
I'm gonna find out. Give me a second. It's not caps lock. It's not E. No. Stop it. Thank you for the regen. I appreciate it. No! Stop getting. No! Ah! Let me live. I'm gonna hit this guy. I missed. Okay.
They chase it after you, though.
Chat, what's the honk button?
Get me how I honk your horn. Wow, what the fuck?
Now it's me chasing you.
Oh no.
I can't wait. I don't know what's left to say. I've yet to find the honk button. Yeah. If you honk my horn, I'm gonna honk your horn.
I'm gonna come for you.
Where was it? I can't.
What is wrong with that? Hey.
Two bros honking each other's horn. Bro, that's what bros do, man. That's what bros do. We honk our horns. Nap time, what is that emote supposed to be? Because I'm here to, oh. 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 That's the vibe it gives me. Oh. Bingo.
Ain't got a zombie coming up on your ass. I'll take care of it. They're dead.
Thank you. Oh. Two bros honking each other's horns 5 feet apart because they not. Nap time is bored? I'm sorry, Nappy. You better not start honking my horn while I'm in here.
Oh, now I'm going. Where
Don't you honk my horn. No, don't you honk my horn. Stop honking my. No! Not allowed. Bro, just honking my horn while I'm in the gas station. That's crazy. He honking on my horn till I.
Ooh, police station.
Gay purposes. Yeah, gay purpose. Not gay purposes, gay porpoises, chat. We have gay dolphins here. Dolphins are villains. We should probably fix this.
Yeah, maybe one day. Music to my ears.
Dolphins do sort of be freaks.
I want you to know, for some reason, that also randomly consumed my repair kits. I lost all my repair kits for that bit.
Repaired my vehicle.
I just kept repairing your vehicle. Every time I did it, it was like, oh, repair? I got a repair.
So
Boosted
dumb.
range. Can I take a single shot at you with my pistol with this boosted range on?
No!
What if it's in your arm?
Leg, you can hit me in the foot.
I hit you right in the foot. I'm looking directly at your foot. I missed your foot.
Oh, God!
I hit your foot. Boosted. Oh, the boosted range. Wait, that's interesting. Boosted range doesn't apply to us. Okay.
You missed me, actually. I didn't take any damage.
Oh.
Shoot me in the leg, shoot me in the leg.
Oh no, boosted range is already gone. I wanted to see how much damage it did with boosted range on.
I see
I
gay.
did.
I say gay.
Hey yo.
I know what you're talking about.
All right, now back to what I was doing. Do we have any chess piece of the scavenger variety? We do not.
And we're this, and we're that. Can an N-word borrow a... How you gonna borrow a piece of paper? You gonna give it back to him afterwards?
Yeah. That's
Boondocks is
fine, at least.
great.
Oh fuck yeah, it is.
Below.
Huh?
A pimp that don't.
Hi, how are you?
Not good. All right.
Just the fucking scream out.
My name is a pimp named Slickback. Slickback, a pimp named Slickback. Mr. Slickback. No, a pimp named Slickback. Say the whole thing. Mr. Pimp named Slickback. Anyways. Don't tell him.
What'd you do?
Nothing. Don't break the door down! Damn it. Hey, the code is 6969. What was unlocked?
Yippee!
Can you break down the back door for me?
Which one?
The back door?
The wooden door right here?
Yep.
Oh, that's easy. Not stamina.
That's easy.
That was broke.
Thank you.
Anything else I can break?
You want to start like breaking furniture in here?
Okay.
Just so that we have space. You'll break my back. No, please no. I need that.
Hey, yep.
Need that for pooping.
Oh, look at you.
Silly noises.
All right.
What
All right.
about this SMG auto turret? You want me to break that?
No, leave it. Where did my acid keep going? I put it on my bike. Okay. 2 acid.
Butt stuff. Mmm.
Alright, but we're keeping the computers.
Okay. Nerd.
What if I broke the floor? Is that okay?
I'll fix it later.
I'm just checking. Just checking.
Do you want to even out the empty space that we've blown up in the ground outside?
Well, my hammer's not good on that. My hammer, my hammer don't do that too well. Oh my god, wait, I didn't realize I'm one book away from getting Lucky Looter fully done too. My
Nice.
3 main focuses, I almost have all the books for. Yeah, no, Lucky Looter's nice when you have it fully done because it just makes it where enemies drop stuff more often. I want the fucking last Sledgehammer book so fucking bad. Because you saw how much damage I do with the power hit on my Sledgehammer, right? When we're in
Yeah.
this big group that's one-shotting him. When you have it fully done, anytime you get a kill with that, it fully fills your stamina.
Ooh.
So I can just spam that once I have that.
I like that.
So I want that so fucking bad. I broke a lot of stuff.
Do you want to break these things here?
Well, what things? I'm coming. Let me come over here real quick.
Break
What'll we
these
break?
weird banks of electronics next to me. That so we can go through.
Alright, I gotta get my stamina back. 1 second. My stamina's a bit low. I'm curious. Yeah, that works.
Where'd I put my bike?
We got a passage open now. Beep beep. I broke it.
Why? There we go. Okay, I need 1 more acid. You don't have any acid, right?
No, I do not.
Chat, can you give me acid?
You know, I don't feel like that's illegal.
Chat, can you supply me with some acid?
I mean, there you go. They kinda did.
That's not what I meant. Not what I meant.
I mean, but they kind of did what you said, though. In a way, that is what you asked for.
I don't want this. I just want to finish this one last thing. Let me go make more.
I'll go loot.
iron.
I'm gonna loot more buildings. I'll try to find you some acid while I do that. How about that?
Thank you.
Oh my god, this fucking trippy effect, I swear to god.
All you had. Fair enough.
Fly me to the moon.
Then let me eat your face.
With my face.
I'm eat your face, Dar. Dar, I need to eat your face.
But I need that.
No. No.
I use that for spelling.
No.
The book bartering site yet?
No.
Oh, it did.
To eat it? To eat it? Oh no. No. To try it.
No, it didn't. That's sad.
something, something, Michigan.
Something, something, dark side, something, something.
I do appreciate the weapons. Sadly, it was an iron sledgehammer, not a.
Wait, have you been watching me in the wilderness? What the
I would
heck?
never.
You were out back.
In the wilderness.
I know.
Ooh, tools? Oh, ocean, thank you for the tools. Oh, you gave me a claw hammer. I got a hammer now. I got a hammer to go with my hammer.
Thank you.
Fly me to the moon. Oh, another bird.
You're taking a
That's
nature walk with me. We're gonna get lost. Oh no, we're gonna get lost. I'm already lost. Oh no.
Gene, you ain't supposed to be getting lost out here, buddy.
I'm already lost.
Now, why was the T in this cop car?
Cop likes tea. You touch some grass. I mean, you can touch anyways.
Here we have two ADHD creatures in the wild. They are both lost.
That's me being lost, chat. Just want to make sure you understand what's happening.
Right.
There's.
I'm very confused, game. You're making it sound like, oh shit, alright. Now that's just rude.
It's
Why would you do
always
that?
so weird when I get turned around like that. I need clay.
Ooh, books. Don't mind if I do.
I need water.
I got no idea who the fuck's calling me. I'm not
It's
know your
me.
number. I
It's
am picking that up.
me. I'm calling. Answer the phone, Dar.
I think they'll be fine if I don't answer.
I'm dying, Dar. Help me. They said they're going to kill me unless you answer the phone.
I think we'll be okay, chat. I don't think I need to answer this.
I'm dead now. That is the plan. The plan is moat one day.
You know, if anyone ever has to get a hold of me, it's probably a bad thing, because I will never answer a number if I don't know it.
Something's going on.
I'm naked, chat. But at least they let me keep my hat.
Why do I feel weak? That's just not nice.
Because the patriarchy.
Oh, that makes sense.
Dar, they're going to kill all the hostages unless you pick up the phone. Yeah, who's calling? Yeah, that's weird.
Oh, weird ass. No, I don't know this number. Fuck this.
What are we seeing for? Book supplies? Heck yeah. Thank you. Chat, has there been other words in the song except "Here Comes a Man"? Here comes your man, sorry.
Here comes your man.
Here comes your man. Here's your man. He's coming. The man is coming. He's coming. Your man is coming.
Prepare for your man who is coming.
He's the coming man. Coming man. Man come.
No, not that. Never mind, I take that one back. Oh no. Dar, I need you to come back.
What is it now? I'm coming right now.
I can't get to the crafting booth because the boxes for you are blocking the way.
Wait, what? I gotta see this.
In a quiet part of town. Let me through, Dar. Help me, Dar. Come quicker. Come in here. I'll pick up the drop one too.
I gotta eat some food real quick. Give me a moment. Ugh.
Oh, no, the other one, Dar. Stop looking at that one. Open the other.
Thank you.
No, I will kill you. Let me through.
Why are you naked?
Because I don't have any spots. I'm don't worry about it. Just open the box.
So is there no way for you to get through this? Wait, I can.
Oh, I can walk through
wait,
it. Wow. The prison was only in my mind.
The prison was all in your mind.
Come faster, Gar. Come faster. Have you ever seen the thing where like they remove like the glass from like a screen door or something, and the dog just stands there and won't go through? Or like they think the door's there and the door's been removed, and so you have to mime opening the door. That's what happened. That's what just happened. It's just like, hey, they didn't open the door. They didn't open the door. How am I supposed to go forward?
I know you're having a good time sorting the boxes, so I filled up more stuff for you.
Oh my, I'm not even, I'm just trying to, no. Find me acid.
I'm trying. You told me, you yelled at me to come back, and I didn't even need to come back. Ooh, you know where could have acid? What if I go into there? No. I mean, it's not looted areas. I would die from it, possibly, though.
Do not die.
Is it worth dying for acid?
I mean, if you get me one acid, then we can finish the chemistry booth.
That's pretty
I can start making
nice.
ammo and everything. And everything else.
Why is there a random turret on the fucking road?
Don't worry
I'm
about
assuming
that.
that was you.
Don't worry about that. Hey chat,
Alright,
who
I'm
wants to
going
give
to-
me melee?
I'm going to the death zone.
I believe in you.
Something isn't right here.
Is it me? Am I not right?
No, it's the radiation trying to touch me.
Or give me stamina. I will take stamina as well.
Oh.
Woo!
Oh, no, no. Oh, no. Oh, no, no, no.
There we go. Yes. Yes. Now we've energized, so I can just keep going like this. Yes.
I'm starting to feel like this is a bad idea on my end.
No. I don't think so. Ah! Backwards.
Oh, you
I got
guys
this.
are so evil and you don't even know what you did. All right, well, you said you wanted acid, right?
Yeah.
I'm looting a 6-star area, so I'll see if I can find some.
What the? No! No!
What? There might be acid in here.
No, there's not gonna be acid in there!
I don't know where you find acid.
Is it a chemistry
Last
plant?
Actually, there's a lot of med tents up, yeah.
Okay, well, maybe check some of the med tents. But don't go too far, I want to loot it too.
Well, see, the thing is, it's actually a 4-star area, but the rat area is 2 extra stars, so that's why it's a 6-star.
Fair. Okay, I won't justifiable. I'll give you that one.
Yeah, I'm in the radiation zone, so everything's 2 stars harder.
Nice.
I hate Trippy so much. Whoever
Me too.
activated this, I'm coming for your something.
That's right, chat. You heard it here. Dar's coming. You won't attract the worm. Walk without rhythm, and you won't attract the worm. Walk without rhythm, and you won't attract the worm. If you walk without rhythm, you never learn.
Bro, I swear, once you get this shotgun, you're just playing the game on easy mode. So nice. Hey, wait, no, hunting knife's lower than machete, right?
I
That's
always
sad.
take one though.
That's a level 5 one, so I was like, oh, that's neat, but I guess you don't really need it.
I don't need a lot of things.
Ooh, that's a level 5 pistol, though. That's cool. Shark has 2, so double dangers. That is true. Can confirm. Hey, I got more preacher gloves for you. You want another one?
Yeah, why not?
Bow crafting skill. I guess you'd probably want that.
I do. Is there any way I can fix this so it's like cleaner? That's fine.
No, I'll be honest, this 4-star area, kind of a disappointment.
Yeah, that's fair. Just like me.
I didn't find acid, but I did find a motor tool small tank mod. Does that count?
I'll need asphalt blocks. That's fair. I'll have to come back then. For now, I'll just do this. Perfect harmony. Dun, 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 dun. I have to read something. Oh. Did I say my stream was bad? I didn't say my stream was bad, did I? Or did I say I'm bad? Oh, I did. Okay, let me read something cringe. Give me a second. All right.
Even though I've spent most of my life in the dark, I never stopped seeing the light.
There you go. We happy?
All of them are going to be things anime protagonists would say.
With all these biohazard tent things, you'd think I would have seen some acid in here.
So don't delay, act now, sometimes I'm running out. Alive.
Well, that area's looted. No acid. Well, you know what that means, chat. We go even deeper into the danger zone.
I wish I was the monster you think I am, because I'm worse than that.
I hate that. I hate that so much.
That one was... Oh, that's a bear.
That one was a bear. You're right.
Oh no, did the bear aggro on me? Okay, no, we're good.
I got it. That was something. Yeah, you're right. They act out, supplies are running out. Alive.
You might as well be walking on the sun. 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 Oh, nice.
I got silly noises.
Allie, we should unionize and vote to strike. Good luck. It's not like I pay you to begin with. What are the conditions that you want? What are the new conditions that you want, chat? Voidlings. Ooh, hunting rifle. That's actually solid. You want pay? All right, I'll give you each $1.
Oh, let's fucking go.
More blankets? I will give you more blankets. Chocolate and food? That seems valid. Okay. More anime pro taglines that are no. If I only could make a deal with God, 2 avocados for $10. That's not very good. I said, yeah, but you're God.
Ooh, ammo.
Holy crap, why did I craft that so quick? Why did I craft that so quick? That's amazing.
Oh, I'm fucked.
No, I didn't want to be slow. Oh.
The fact that you guys slowed is actually so evil right now, and you don't even understand what you did to me, chat.
It's fine. Dar wants more.
I might be dead. That slow actually might kill me.
I believe in you.
So I went into a building so I could get rid of my rad. There's now a bear guarding the front door.
That sounds bad.
And it is a mutant bear.
That sounds very bad.
Ooh, I just found a fucking desert vulture.
Oh, the deagle?
Yeah.
Sorry, the duvel?
Alright, well, I gotta find a way I gotta kill this bear. Chad, if I die, these nuts.
Really? If I was acid, how would I make me? Chat, you still can't give me acid? Is that true? Okay, if I was acid, where would I be?
Bear's dead.
Proud of you. Yeah, chemical plant. Unfortunately, I cannot electrolyze brine right now.
Fuck out of that area. Anyways, back to looking for acid.
I'm gonna hunt for acid. Let's go.
I'm trying to think like what kind of buildings I should be looking for that have like acid and stuff.
On a spiritual journey, I want to make a chemistry station.
Oh fuck! Oh fuck! 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 Please don't aggro! Please don't aggro! Please don't aggro!
Aggro!
No, no aggro.
Aggro! Oh, do I have a sandwich? I have a sandwich. Sandwich!
Bro, I found a massive fucking city.
No, my sandwich. Oh yeah?
Yeah, this fucking city's huge.
Your
There's
elf
so many.
massive.
Indeed, not.
My disappointment.
Same, honestly.
And thing that I can't talk about because I keep this stream nice. But Dar knows. Dar
Look
knows.
quick, buy quicker, piss off fastest.
All right, but hear me
Well,
out.
You better get your ass to
What
write
if-
a book, cause you're dumber than dirt.
We don't get acid,
But need.
but I have a feeling this is the 5-star building.
No. We need action.
But Gene, listen.
I need to finish that. We can run that building. We can run that building next one.
Gene, this is a 7-star building.
We will run it next stream. Oh, I can almost
But
make a
what
mixer
if
too.
there's acid in it?
There's not going to be acid in the building.
There could be. Yeah, how do you
No.
know?
No.
Yeah, you know. Very well could be.
All right, Sophie. We'll save that one for the next stream. That way we have something exciting to open to. You gotta clean. It'd be so funny if I opened this like vendor and you've just been putting stuff for sale in there, and it turns out that's where all the acid has been. You've just been trying to sell it to nobody.
Why does no one buy my acid, man? Bro, I'm looking for acid for you, man. I ain't got no luck.
Sinks, working stiff crates, working stiff tools, work trucks, cardboard boxes, trash compactors, green drawers, trash, garbage storage, tilt trucks, utility carts, janitor carts. Bet. Okay.
You know, I read that list and it did say 7-star buildings. So I
It
mean,
did not
just-
say 7-star buildings. And 7-star buildings. Hey, look there.
Yeah, see that right there.
There's a lot of places you can loot it from. And still, I don't find it. Nope. It's do you have okay, check your wasteland treasures. Tell me if you have number 3.
Wasteland treasures, all right. Wasteland treasures. I got number 7.
So you don't have number
That's
3?
about it.
Oh.
No.
I'll go what we need.
Good morning. Take a look. But don't expect me to hold your hand through it. You cheap son of a bitch.
He's so mean to me.
Not in the refrigerator, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, it is a rare loot drop. Sorry for numbing chat. What's the vote for? Oh, an attack. Fun. Okay.
We're gonna get attacked. What's the icon of acid? Because I do try to loot fast, just so I know what I'm looking for.
It's like a blue bottle.
Okay.
It's a short bus, chat. Chat, I found your bus.
Wait, so it is a rare spawn though, you said?
Yep.
Alright, so then looting actually in the area I'm at is not a bad idea. Higher rarity shit.
All I know is that to me, you look like you're having fun, open up your loving arms on something. I set myself on you, I no one else would deny. Put your way now, baby.
Just need some ice.
Right round, baby, right. Right round, baby, right round, like a record, baby, right round, round. Now, baby.
You remember what outfit set you want, by the way?
Nope.
Okay, because I was gonna say I like every gear piece I'm finding a lot of just 5-star gear pieces right now. So
I'll take them.
right now they're just
pick, heck yeah! Oh, wait
Why
a
is there a
second.
puppy?
Steel axe. Perfect. All I know is that to me, you look like you're having fun. Open. I just lagged. That was weird. You said trash, right?
I've looted so much trash.
Sir, I'm here to steal your trash. Ooh, hammer.
Bro, I found City Hall. You know what? I feel like acid would be in this building. Found a bowling alley.
Probably. All right, let me in. Taking your trash. Well, they had a booby trap, chat.
They booby trapped their trash?
Their whole house.
Who booby traps their own fucking trash?
They just really, really like their trash. I don't know. I'm taking your trash. Burning down the house. It's my trash.
My trash now.
She's so goofy. Look at her goofing out. What is going on? Ah! Nope, mine now. Sorry, Allie. My trash. You put in your 2 weeks, you don't get to keep trash. How about this? I'll rehire you for free, and I'll let you keep your trash. So goofy when I just see the boxes appear. Whack. The way the world is, the world be whack sometimes. All right, cool. You can keep your trash. I am taking your sink, though.
Bruh. R.I.P. the sink.
Oh, look at you.
There was in fact no trash inside the bowling alley.
Just the people playing the bowling.
What the? What is that noise? What is going on?
What's going on? You okay?
I don't know. I don't like what that noise was. That was loud. I don't know what just happened. I don't like it one bit.
Dar's being attacked, chat.
I don't like it. Yeah, I'm scared.
Hi.
There's like no secret enemies in this area, right? I'm safe, right, chat?
Nope.
I've seen all the zombies, right?
So brutal. Okay, nightstands might have acid in it. That nightstand has nothing in it. Sinks if I had the thing. Oh wait, underneath the sink. Come on. No! Toilet maybe? No. Meds. Thank you.
Find a grocery store. There might be acid in here.
Could be, maybe.
Could it just spawn on shells? I don't remember.
Probably. Ocean man, take me by the hand, take me for the land that you understand. Thank you for the ammo. Ocean man.
I found a janitor cart and I got excited because that was the last time I saw acid, but there was nothing inside of it. I'm kind of disappointed.
Me too. I'm disappointed for you. Ocean man. Ooh. Oh, it's only exploding arrow. I have learned how to make expanded seating. I don't know what that means.
All right. Congrats, I guess. I don't know what that means.
I'm not going the normal way through these buildings now. I just need. I'm breaking down walls.
You know,
Ammo.
sledgehammer is very good for breaking down walls.
Where is it? There it is. Congratulations on finally being free. I want acid, chat. So hurry up and get that jukebox money. That Love Shack, where we can get together. What are we getting? Celebration, heck yeah. Love Shack, baby. Acid? Whoa!
That didn't sound like acid.
Oh!
You found an M60?
I found an M60.
Fucking shit. That's insanely lucky. I think that's the final tier of the fucking machine guns. I'm double checking that. Yeah, M60 is the final tier. You need 62 books to craft a single one. Ain't gonna lie, a little jealous, but at the same time, good fucking find.
All right.
Sadly, it ain't the acid though that we're looking for.
Do I not have any repair kits? I have all my repair kits.
You probably spent them all when you're hawking my horn also.
There we are. Still no acid. I know, right? Funky little shack. .90 range damage.
It's fucking crazy.
Love Shack, baby.
I found a laboratory, it looks like.
This
Maybe
is the
there's
same
that.
amount of damage as my crossbow. Nomad gloves. You don't use nomad gloves, right?
No, I'm scavenger gear set.
Can I play the Go-Go's? Sure.
Ocean man, take me by the hand and let you the light. What? Huh? I just found something.
We got the beat, we got the... What'd you find?
What?
Immediately
the
throws
fuck?
it back. Chad, I'm so proud of you that you throw it back so quickly.
Wait, you can store shit, didn't you?
What do you mean? In the bike?
Oh, I have a drone.
You got a drone?
I have a drone.
Why'd you find a drone?
I just found it in this fucking weapon bag.
Amazing.
It follows me and it has its own inventory space.
Oh, that is cool. Now I'm jealous of that.
It calls me master. I don't like this anymore.
Master, let me carry your load, master.
I talk to it. It's like, great to see you, master. I'm like, huh?
Let me give me your load, master.
Yeah, it just follows me. I wonder how fast it can go. Like when I'm driving on the bike,
Drone
is
can
it-
heal you if you put meds in it and order it too.
What?
God, I love how smart all of you are.
I got a fucking drone. pretty cool. I don't know how fast this fucker is, but he's cool. Oh, yeah. Okay, it talks to me. A zombie just ran up on me. It's just, Master, we are not alone. I'm like, yeah, I can tell.
Master, do you want this? Never mind. I'm done. I mean, you know, they said that we're. I have too many jokes. My brain's just like, no, Gene, no, stop it.
Drone, bring me to the acid. Where's that?
Drone,
Come
give
on.
me acid.
Drone, give me acid.
What's going on with my music right now?
Quiet mode, repair. I can tell it to stay here.
Why is my music lagging? What the heck? Wait, is stream still going?
Looks like, yeah, it's going on my end.
Wait a second. Chat, I think YouTube went down. Oh, no, there it goes. That was so weird. I love taking steroids.
Same. I need to get. After I'm done Luna's building, I'm heading back to you because I want to see if you can hear this thing talking when it talks.
Wait a second. Joan Jett did a cover of Dirty Deeds? Oh, that's sick.
Hey, I found the top.
Dirty Deeds, done dirt cheap. Dirty Deeds, done dirt cheap. Dirty Deeds, done with sheep. Dirty Deeds and the done with sheep. They're done with sheep. Oh, that is sick. Dirty Deeds and the done with sheep. Dirty Deeds, little Bo Peep.
Reinforced chest. Will you have acid in you? No, you will not.
Dirty Deeds burned my cheese. Dirty Deeds burned my cheese.
Burn my cheese, though.
Dirty Deeds, done dirt cheap. Dirty Deeds, little Bo Peep.
Will zombies hurt my drone? Is my drone safe?
Who knows? Are any of us really safe?
Oh shit, you right.
Dirty Deeds, Dar likes feet.
Oh.
Huh?
Listen, chat, I just messaged VTubers for their feet. That don't mean nothing.
Hey, can I use your feet? I swear it's nothing weird.
The fucking drone keeps up with me on the bike.
Dar, did you post? Dar, did you post?
Yeah,
Darv, you posted?
I did post. Guy replies recently, no.
Did you hear Cha-Cha face revealed recently?
Yeah, it was during Fillian's stream on TwitchCon. They popped up and started talking to him, and Fillian's like, "Oh,
Why do I recognize your voice? Who are you?"
exactly."
Who are you?
I would not listen, Drone. I do not want to prepare for conflict. That's a fucking bear. I'm good.
But that's a conflict.
No, thank you.
Oh, radiation poison hurts.
Yeah.
Ow. No, see, I've ran into the problem. A lot of the streamers got why would you guys fucking put
A
confused?
lot of streamers have what?
DMs off on Twitter, and that's like the main way I've been messaging people.
Understandable.
Which isn't even a good way, because like fucking Twitter, if you're not following them, it just goes into message requests, and ain't no one check that shit really that often. Honestly, a probably smarter way would be to fucking DM them on Discord if I ever could be in a server they're in. I'm in that one Twitch Discord. I wonder how many big ones are in that, actually. I didn't think about that until now. Oh, wait. This is the fucking radiation store. Maybe he has acid.
Maybe, hopefully.
So
We just
you're
need
gonna
one
get
acid.
Assassin biker helmet.
Or I need the Lucky Looter book. Volume 3.
Night Stalker, what the fuck? That sounds cool. Well, you know, ain't got no acid.
That sounds about right.
I tried though, I tried.
I have so many knife guy books.
I have a bad feeling about this too, Drone. So I have an AI that's talking to me now, and that's interesting.
I have so many, like, of your ammo.
Oh.
Come
Wait,
on.
airdrop came in?
What's up?
An airdrop came in?
Oh yeah, a while back.
Yeah, it dropped into the fucking rad zone. Okay. I might go check that out. Could be good shit. Also, they have usually rare loot, so maybe.
Maybe. Come on! How is there so little acid? Chat, why did you take all the acid from this game? What'd you do?
And there's like no way to craft or anything like that. You just
Now
have
without
to
the
find it.
chemistry, but you need the chemistry station to get it.
Oh. And for the chemistry station, we need the acid.
Yep.
I'm starting to see the problem that way.
You had to get rid of things? What body did you hide? Was it me? Did you kill me? Am I dead? Have I been dead this whole time? Nap time, I'm dead. Nap time, I'm dead. L, you can't. You're dead, L. Yeah, test the loyalty of your friends. I was wondering how you figured out which ones would.
Are you in this blue house?
Who knows where I am? I don't know anymore. Valid, valid. Remember, chat. It ain't true unless they gotta actually do it.
You jumped away from me. Well, hello there.
Hello. Did you get one? No, that's your pump shotgun.
Can you hear the drone speaking? Does he speak into your ears?
Give me a second. Tell you when he speaks. Oh, I'm sorry.
Ow!
Oh, it has a password.
I'm talking to it right now. Can you hear it?
Nope.
Oh, it's quiet inside.
Good morning, Leon. Leon, did you take the acid? We're looking for acid.
We're in need of acid.
Dang. I don't even know where I got my acid to begin with.
Couldn't tell you.
I hate myself for loving you.
All right, let's go see what this airdrop has.
What person in the corner? Hi, Black Silver. How you doing? I've already done this building.
They're probably.
Oh.
So I just realized you said it can just spawn in like the waste trash that's just on the ground.
Yeah.
The rad zone, there's like waste trash everywhere scattered on the ground.
Snake. Dead snake. Well, do you know what they called me in high school?
Dead snake?
No, waste trash.
Oh.
Then he came in. I love the song. Yeah. All right, fellas, let's go. Carmia
Why?
hates me.
Why?
Good morning,
Why?
darling.
Why?
I'm so tired.
Why? So I forgot when you loot the airdrop, it spawns enemies near it.
Yeah.
It decided to spawn 4 bears.
You're fine.
I just drove away. I'm not even looking back.
See?
I looted the airdrop though. I didn't even get to see what I got yet.
All right, here we go. Where's the dogs? Bang. Yeah, I keep checking all of those things. I'm just not finding it. Ballroom blitz. Ballroom blitz. Wait, has this place been searched already? Dar, make sure you if you might want to empty some of these because I don't know if they'll respawn loot in it if you leave loot in it. I am your phone, and I did have a stroke. How'd you?
What level AK you got?
Like, oh, I have the one gun. Remember?
Oh wait, yeah, never mind. You don't fucking need an AK.
I'll take it.
I just got an extra level 3 one.
Scrap it for parts and give me the parts.
Okay. Can do.
Gib.
Already looted buildings, though. I've also realized like some of the loots will show like already open and stuff, but they've not been. It's weird. They don't fully reset.
There you go. A ballroom blitz. This is a ballroom blitz. This is a ballroom blitz. Yeah, it's a ballroom blitz. You're not using spears, right?
I haven't been. I've been learning the books, but I've not been using them. I've been a sledgehammer boy in this run.
I want what I need. Just need one acid.
Apparently, that's too much to ask for.
I've found so many books that I'm never going to use.
Yeah, can you just spare us some acid at this point? It's been a long search. We just need one.
Go monkey have boring meeting with boring manager Rob. Say going monkey very diligent, but his output stink. Arrogant, not a code monkey think. Code monkey think, maybe manager. Wait, I don't like this version. Where's the original version? What the heck is this? There we go. There we go. There we go. That's what I needed. Go to job. Gold monkey have boring meeting with boring manager Rob. Monkey the baby manager wanna write goddamn login page himself. Oh, giant rat, giant bear, giant bear, giant bear, giant bear.
You good?
Giant bear.
Oh.
Look at my screen, Dar.
Oh, yeah.
Got it.
God, that big ass gun's nice.
I might give up, chat. I'll loot one more building, and if that's not it, I'll call it there for today. So Dave, gold monkey like Fritos, gold monkey like Tab and Mountain Dew, gold monkey very simple man. A big warm fuzzy secret heart, gold monkey like you, gold monkey like you. There we go. We're looting it. Me.
Believe.
Little. Are you kidding me? There you go. Thank you for the check-in. I need water. Go monkey have a reason to get out this place. Go monkey must keep on working. Leaves a pretty face. Me too.
Yeah.
I'd rather just wake up and take bath and take nap.
Bro, that sounds like a good ass day.
I might take a bath and a nap after this. Weekends aren't long enough, you know?
What? Oh yeah, wait, before I forget, I have some for you.
Did you find acid?
No, I got that armor I wanted to give you.
Alright.
Let me forget about it. I don't want to forget about that.
Oh, we've been going for 4 hours. Yeah, if I'm gonna loot one more building, if I don't find it, that'll be the end.
Where are you at?
What the heck was that? Why dude so fast?
Why he's so fast? Alright, where you at?
Come on, acid!
Then I have this for you, I have that for you. Okay, I have a few things for you.
I appreciate.
I have a mod that's probably good for your machine gun.
Ooh, a mod.
The bipod mod increases accuracy and handling when aiming weapons.
Ooh, yes.
So, you know, big machine gun where you aim and go bop, 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 having better accuracy on that shit probably be really nice, you know?
I agree.
Do you have any meds to get rid of infection by any chance?
I do.
Because I'm at like 20% infected right now.
Once I get out of here, I'll give it to you.
Oh, I'm running to you right now, don't worry. Hello.
With this, whoop, maybe pistol. Ooh.
How the fuck did you get in here?
You don't.
Coming in one way or another.
Meal? Where'd the meal go? Oh, it's outside. Dar's been here.
There we go. Where are you at? Oh, you went upstairs? How the fuck do you get upstairs?
using the stairs.
Oh, where
Nerd.
the fuck the stairs at? I just broke my way through the
I'm
front
back
door.
outside.
You motherfucker. Alright, is there anything that you want me to go ahead and store for? Oh shit, thank you. I do need that.
Yep.
Is there anything you need stored? Because I can throw it inside my drone.
Nah, I'm alright.
Well, because I got a lot of stuff for you to pick up.
Oh, I have no room at all. Let me get to my
Well,
car.
here. Alright, where's your car at?
Or my vehicle. Oh, all my repair kits were on my bike. That's why.
But you put them in the fucking bike. All right,
I'm ready.
you ready? All right, so I got this for you.
Thank you.
I got that for you.
Thank you.
I got that for you.
Thank
I
you.
got that for you.
Thank
I
you.
got that for you.
Thank
I got
you.
that for you.
Thank you.
And I got that for you.
Thank you. Oh, what the fuck? You said there was no acid.
I found it legit in the first building I went to in this town. That's
I
why I was
hate-
like, oh, that's why I was like, oh, I'm gonna come to you real quick.
Wow.
Legit, the first building I went into in this town, I found it.
How many buildings have I gone through? All right.
We do have to realize I do have my looting like maxed level, so I do have higher chance of rare shit, I guess.
La, 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 la. Okay, well, I'm gonna do it. We're gonna make the chemistry table and then we can be done for today.
I got you, yo acid.
Thank you. Okay, I need pipe.
Where the-
Okay, I need. Shoot, where'd I? Why? Is it on my bike?
My senses picked up something. What do you mean?
I know I have a beaker here somewhere.
Oh my god, if we're stuck on another item, I'm gonna lose it.
I know I have a beaker. Okay.
You wanna know the funny thing? Because I just realized without registering that,
What?
the building I found it in was the building that was legit south of yours.
Wow.
Because that's why when I was like, oh, I need to come to you, I looked and you're like right next to me.
I know I. Oh. Well. Okay. I need to stop the music for a second so I can think. I'll play the music in a second. I just can't. Where did I put the speaker?
Are you sure we had a beak?
Yep, I had one beaker. Unless you took it.
Well, I didn't take no beaker. I got no reason to take a beaker. Beaker don't give me nothing.
Exactly. Okay, I have the pipe that I need. So I'm gonna put the pipe. You know what? Alright, pipes that I need is here. I need this, and then I need all this iron. Perfect. Okay, I just need the beaker wherever I've put that. There it is. It's gonna take 17 minutes to make this thing.
What?
It takes 17 minutes to make this.
That's insane.
Okay.
Well, we got it crafting.
Yep. Oh, I am so gonna take a nap. Well, chat, I think I'm gonna go. I think this is gonna be the end of stream. Dar, is there anything else you wanted to do?
You know, we got a lot done. Got a
there
little buddy
you are.
now,
I
you
was
know?
like, why was your drone here without you?
I could tell him to stay still. I told him to keep. I just told him to stay right there.
Nice. Okay. Alright, lovelies. You all be good while I'm gone. I hope you all have a good everything.
Yeah.
Little nap. We just did a 4-hour stream again. Thank you for a head pat. Of course, you're welcome. Who can I raid? Oh, heck yeah. Alright, chat. Go be good. We're gonna go raid sheep.
And oh yeah, your digestive health.
They have their DMs off. I can't get their toes.
With doctor-formulated women's
Amazing.
probiotic.
Oh, we're gonna take them to over 100. Heck yeah.
With 16
What are we gonna do?
digestive, immune, and vaginal health. One capsule a day, one less thing on your list. Start your wellness journey today with Garden of Life.
There we go, chat. Raid messages, give me your snacks.
Give me your snacks.
Okay. Thank you all for coming by. Goodbye for now. Bye. Bye.
Bye, chat.
There are more though.
So tired.
Nah, you too.